And boom. What's happening? We in here, baby. Kenny's putting some icy hot on, man. You know,
I'm putting on some Penetrex.
It's
really
new to
inflammation formulation.
Uh-huh.
Intensive concentrate for relief and recovery.
Damn shame what happened to that Kenny Caraway. Damn shame.
Yeah, I got the whole care package here, you know. I got the gun ready, you know what I'm saying?
There you go. Yep, got to use that.
Get on there. Oh my goodness.
Must.
Ooh. There's one spot here. That's why it's like some kind of strain or maybe even like a cramp, because there's one spot that's like super tender.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, oh
yeah. Yes.
Dr. David, what is good? Oh, Dr. David, man, hold on, man. That reminds me. I want to make sure I got this right. You know what I'm saying? Because we had action over the weekend.
Man.
Dr. David's cousin, Faith Gomez, won her championship fight. He sent me the picture.
Oh,
she got the belt. You know what I mean? Like she out here looking like champ. She looking like the champ, man. So I just want to give a big shout out to Faith, man. Big ups. You know, she in the sweet science too. You know what I'm saying? She won a state title. She won a state title with that. So
man, that's
sweet
incredible.
Science alert. You know what I mean? Big up to Faith Gomez, man. Keep doing what you do. Make the region proud.
That's awesome, man. Congrats to everybody. That's fantastic.
Cheryl in Baltimore, it's supposed to be 102 today.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Cheryl in Baltimore coming out to California, and
better be
she's
ready.
She's going to get, like, all the goodness, though.
Oh.
By the time she gets here, it's supposed to be, like, 85.
Oh, let's go. Oh, she's coming, like, soon.
Yeah, like, next week.
Oh, okay. We need an appearance on the live stream from Cheryl in Baltimore. Those are the rules.
She's going to get 82, 84.
Damn.
89, then 90.
Hoodie season. Hoodies are back. Keegan Monte. Boom. I like that it was all a dream name. Only thing that concerns me about that is that book that just came out.
Oh, that's what it's called, the Justin Timberlake.
It's all a dream, yeah. That's the only thing. Like, I really like that name, though. Then I started thinking about, could we call this podcast Word Up?
What they know about that?
I mean, it fits.
What they know about that?
Boy, Diddy was king last night, boy.
Oh, man.
Diddy. That was a fresh reminder.
Come on,
that
now.
Boy right there.
Come on.
Oh, man, I forgot to turn the light on. Hang on. I was like, what's it look so weird in here? Hang on. Oh, it's going to have to wait. Clock just for the 12. It's going to have to wait.
Yeah, Diddy is an icon.
Mm-hmm.
An absolute icon.
Pete Diddy and the fam, who you know. Boy, Kim, I was really worried about Kim. I thought she was gonna take a tumble.
Oh, Kim.
She was walking ginger. What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We welcome you in here to the Monday, June 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, and also, I'm not done. Hold on. Because it's not on the same page, but this definitely needs to be the sounder for today.
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is That.
I can't wait to find out what that's about. I think I know, but I don't know for sure. So Kenny Caraway, full of surprises.
You're going to hear that again today.
Okay. All right.
Because once again, I strike again.
Oh, Kenny Caraway strikes again?
I strike again.
Okay. All right. We're going to talk about it. Whatever Kenny's talking about, we all going to find out together. That's normally how this show works. Kenny knows the direction I'm going. I'm never really quite sure where Kenny's going, but we'll all find out together, man. That's the adventure of today's show. I know Kyle Draper is going to be with us coming up a little over an hour from now. Obviously had an eventful weekend, did a ton of stuff with the Sacramento Kings involving the draft. Can't wait to get his thoughts on Keegan Murray as the next phase of the Kings and the NBA offseason is about to begin, coming up on Thursday. Free agency. And man, those rumors are thick this Monday morning with opt-out dates approaching and signing trades. And he's crazy enough to opt out and take a mid-level. All of that stuff is there. We'll talk about it all. None of it has anything to do with the Kings, but we'll talk about all of that stuff. And we saw Keegan Murray introduced as a Sacramento King on Saturday. Like the suit he was wearing. Still a little loose for my taste, but it was better than the one he had on Thursday.
We got to fix the tie a little bit too. We got to fix the tie. Somebody got to talk to him. Make sure that tie's got to.
Well, that's not even his fault, man. He's moving from spot to spot. Someone should have grabbed him before his Good Day Sacramento conversation and said, "Hey, got to clean this up. Get the tie straight." My man's tie was all crooked. It's like, can someone help my brother out? I can't even hear him because his tie is crooked. Somebody fix that.
My main man. Keegan Duncan.
Bam. I'm telling you, Keegan Murray's going to win Rookie of the Year, and he's going to accept the award in flip-flops and jean shorts, and that will be the most surefire bet that he's going to the Hall of Fame. Like this kid is going to the Hall of Fame. He's polo down to his mid-thighs and his elbow. Like, oh, yeah, he is the real deal. My man's got and you got to remember, man, too. And I think about this, when we talk about these young men, is he is just that. Like he's 20 years old.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's 21 years old, and he's so he's not very electric. Everything we were talking about with Chet Holmgren and our feelings on Chet.
Yeah. That
is not Keegan. Keegan does not like Paolo Banchero with the purple and the diamonds and the that ain't Jaden, Keegan's vibe.
Matherin. You heard what Matherin had to say over the weekend. Getting big Anthony Edwards vibes from him. I don't know if the game is going to reach there, but that's something that man would say right there.
Keegan's just here. Hey, I'm just here to play basketball. That's what I'm here to do. And he gives. I just try to remember that my brother's answering questions about Sacramento. He doesn't know anything about Sacramento. Trying to rep in and out and all of that different stuff. And all I'm thinking sushi spots and golf spots. It's like, no, brother, I'm going to introduce you to my tailor. That's who I'm going to introduce you. I'm going to send you to my tailor.
We're
going to get you cut up real nice for this upcoming season. But yeah, that was one of the big takeaways. Is just this. He just seems like a wonderful young man, super reserved. I just feel like he just can't wait to play basketball.
Yeah, I really do like Keegan Murray, man. He seems like a good ball player, obviously, a really good young man, and he's gonna come in ready to work. He's, if anything, in my opinion. He's just singularly focused on being the best basketball player he could be. And you need a lot of that here in Sacramento. So I think Sacramento fits him perfectly. And I think he fits Sacramento. He's going to be a guy that the fans love, people who follow the team. I think they're going to love it. He's going to be reliable. And he could even give you more, to be honest with you.
I went back and watched his film again, a lot of the same stuff that we watched on a couple of weeks ago on Saturday. After watching the Laguna All-Stars, of course,
Hey,
out in Elk Grove.
big ups to him. 1-1. We got a big game tonight.
Missed,
Woo!
I missed the Reese Caraway home run. He waited till he waited till the next day to hit that. But he was a big part. I think the best baseball game I saw this weekend, in fact, was Saturday morning. Laguna All-Stars down. What was it? 8-2 in the final inning.
8-4. You know,
in the final inning.
Yeah. Well, at one point, I think they were down 7-2. Then it got to 8-4. You know.
Oh, okay. Well, I was busy being scolded by Cheryl from Elk Grove, so I might have missed the. She was giving me other places to live after I'm thrown out of California. But strong comeback by the Laguna All-Stars, man. But my brother hit a shot down the third base side, and I'm watching this angle like, if that ball's fair, these boys are gonna win, and it goes. Oh, it's foul.
That was tough. Man. My man Josiah, but he bounced back. Josiah gonna have a big game today. Laguna Youth, LYB, 9U Gray, going up against LYB 9U Purple today. Yeah. It's gonna be lit. Somebody's got to go home today. I don't think it's gonna be great. I got love for my people on Purple. Those are my kids too. I got love for them.
Yeah.
But right now it's Purple versus Gray. I got to ride with Gray, and that boy number 10 gonna be ready to go. Already got a little batting practice out earlier.
It was the highlight of my sports weekend for sure. But once we wrapped up with that and the temperature went up, I decided I wasn't going outside anymore. So I dove into Keegan's film again, and I honest to God feel the same way we did the day after we watched it. He's really good. Mm-hmm. Like there's no like from just a player standpoint. Like we could talk about ceilings. I guess I'm not the guy to judge ceilings. Like I have no clue. Like I don't see things the way that you do. I don't see things the way that Drake UU sees them. Like I just watch from I'm a fan's perspective. Like I can spot certain things, but not nearly at the level of guys who have done this for a living or guys who have played at your level have. And I think he's a really good ball player. Like if Keegan was if Jaden Ivey was legitimately number 4, I mean, Keegan Murray couldn't have been that far behind as a number 5.
Right.
And I've tried to be honest with everybody about this. I fell for Jaden for a variety of different reasons. Heard the type of young man it was, and by all accounts, it sounds like Keegan Murray is a pretty dope young man in himself.
Absolutely. Two things there. Number one, I know I kind of do it. It's just an observation. It's just, hey, this is how I feel. You know what I mean? Nothing's in concrete, but. And I preface that saying, I know I've done it myself. I'm not going to act holier than now. But I also do get uncomfortable talking about ceilings and floors with players. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want to sit up there and just be like, oh, Keegan can only be a role player. Who the hell knows? He might be a 5-time All-Star. He might be a great ball player. Jaden Ivey's ceiling is higher. It might be. It might not be. He might not. So I participate in it. I understand. And I also understand that's not always fair. I try not to do those things.
One thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing I'm concerned about though with those two is I don't want this to become in the early stages of Luka and Bagley, and this is the case now for whatever reason, and this one still doesn't make any sense to me. But De'Aaron and Tyrese, where we're watching the Pacers box scores every night. Well, we're watching the Detroit Pistons box scores every night and going, oh, look, Jaden had 28. They lost by 30, but Jaden had 28. Y'all see that? What did Keegan do? Oh, yeah, 12 and 5. Like that's the thing that I'm worried about in all of this.
Well, it's inevitable.
It's become a house divided again.
It's going to happen. It's inevitable. However, the one thing I will say, and what I've always said, even about Marvin and Luka, Marvin didn't have to be Luka or be really close to it, to be honest with you. But what needed to happen was the Kings needed to win. Mm-hmm. And if the Kings win, and if they're a winner, and relatively speaking, like contending, playing, spot, playoff spot, whatever, I don't think any of that will apply. If they win, if they get to the playoffs, yeah, people are going to still look at Jaden and Keegan and compare them and stuff like that. But none of it's going to matter as much because the ultimate goal was reached, or not the ultimate goal. You know what I mean, though. The goal of being a winning team, breaking the streak, all this other stuff would have happened. The other thing that I do want to say is Jeff Hardy rules in the chat. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. He says, KC got to change your heart, huh? See, this is what I mean. You guys don't listen. My man Steph, and big ups to him. He said that needs to be the next shirt. You guys just don't listen. All right, that needs to be the next shirt. Because how many times, Damian, have we talked about how much we think Keegan Murray is a good ball player? Our stance on Keegan Murray, the basketball player, has never changed, has never wavered, especially since we really dove deep into his game. We've been saying the dude can play. Any frustrations or anything that we have has nothing to do with Keegan Murray, the basketball player. It may be about leverage and what you could get, at that 4 spot and all that stuff. But Keegan Murray, the basketball player, we've always liked. This ain't nothing new. We've always liked him and thought he was a good ball player.
Yeah, one of the big surprises on draft day wasn't just it wasn't disappointment that they drafted Keegan Murray. It was more of a shock that they drafted Keegan Murray. They're keeping him.
Mm-hmm.
There is no trade coming up. Like, one thing I was expecting and trying to prepare for in my head, how we go about this, was if Jaden Ivey was drafted, everyone calm down, because I think there's still going to be some conversations had over the course of the next, at minimum, 15 minutes. And when it was Keegan Murray, it was, they picked a player.
Yeah.
They picked a player. Like, they're not trading Keegan. They didn't draft Keegan Murray to trade him. That was part of the surprise. And finding out, what 2.5 hours later, we don't even want these 2nd round picks. It was like, oh my God, what is happening right now? They literally just left the draft with Keegan Murray,
right,
where we had built up scenarios that nothing better than the James Ham scenario, where they came back with 3 starters. That was my favorite. But that was the biggest. They just drafted a player they're gonna keep and play.
Right. Yeah. So there's that. And then before we go to break, I want to let you guys know. I heard everything you guys were saying. I heard all your complaints and everything that you guys were upset about. And I got you. You. That's all I'm gonna say right now. I got you. I'm gonna talk to you. I ain't gonna talk to you like Kendrick Perkins talked to Draymond, but I'm gonna talk to you.
Some of y'all need to be talked to like that. We're gonna talk about that Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins situation.
A lot of clown behavior, and it's really one side.
It is 100% one-sided. We're gonna talk about Keegan Murray and some more. As a matter of fact, you're gonna hear from Keegan Murray. You're gonna hear from Monte McNair as well when we return. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Yeah, even on a Monday. Here on ESPN 1320.
We're going to stretch this out a little bit. We'll come with me being old. Then we'll get into all that.
Yeah.
I'm going to stretch this out as long as I can. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I have so many things I want to say about that dude. You know what, Bags? I'll mention this a couple of times throughout the day. No James today. James, a much deserved day off. He's putting up content over at the Kings Beat, but that man worked his ass off, worked all through the weekend. So he will probably back with us on Wednesday, but he's chilling today.
Yes, man. Come on. I know I'm not taking you serious. I know we're just joking, but nah, man. I want Ivy to be dope, man. I just want Keegan and the Kings to be dope too. That's all.
Now I want Detroit to pop, man. I want to watch that team a little bit. I like what they're doing over there. Maybe if they re-sign Bagley, maybe Jaden can get something out of Bagley. My man can stay on the floor.
Or maybe that'll just be somebody else for Team Bagley to complain about.
No, maybe.
Yeah, I think got Cheryl in Baltimore turned up in this chat. She had to let you know I ain't from Cali. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I saw that, Tyler. That was a hell of a shot he took. I'm glad he took it. It actually was it was just a drop kick, but he took it. It was a stiff one, and I think it semi took him out. because they hit the drop kick, and then who was it? What's his name? Jay White came running in. It was a triple threat match. He hit a move, rolled over Adam Cole, and pinned him and end the match. It ended early. I don't think it ended like crazy early, but I think it ended a little bit early. He had to have been concussed because he took a stiff drop kick to the temple.
Damn. They needed him in Anaheim.
I mean, they had guys coming down like to, trying to low key, like, you good? All right. Like trying not to kill the story, but like,
who hit him?
It was one of the New Japan dudes. Tyler, who was it again? Who was in that triple threat match with it was Okada. Yeah, okay, it was Okada. That's they did the AEW and New Japan Pro Wrestling did a joint pay-per-view last night.
Oh,
Cesaro showed up.
Wow. I saw that clip.
Claudio.
Is he with AEW now or is he okay.
Yeah. He's really good, man. I think
here's the problem with Cesaro. He's really good, but I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, I disagree. I completely disagree.
Cesaro,
I completely disagree. He was saddled with, like, they kept sticking him with like Sheamus, and I thought I've never been a fan of Sheamus, but I thought that tag team was pretty entertaining. I disagree strongly that he's boring. Like, I think he's got a strong enough personality to be a guy, and hopefully he gets it. The problem is this roster is getting a little too full. like it's going to be difficult for guys to like really shine. But like Cesaro, Claudio, I think he can do it, man. I think he absolutely can do it. I interviewed him once down south. I think he's great, man. I think he's really great.
Don't mind me, guys.
And a phenomenal wrestler.
Ooh, that's the spot. Oh, wow. Jeez. That's the one.
I feel like we need one of those. Oh, wow. All right. Censored. We're just gonna censor. we censoring the commercial breaks over there on Twitch, YouTube. I don't know what's going on the other end of this stream, but you little KC, my man having a rough morning. He tried to play full court last night, and it went all bad. I tried consequences and repercussions.
I tried to call my shot too last night. I was at the gym a little early. I got on the socials. I was like, yo, what's the over under for what I'm about to put up out here today? And people was like, oh, people are showing love. They wouldn't. Come on, man.
Lazy says we're about to put KC in the box, man. What's going on over here? We got to put KC in the box.
But people was, they was cool with it. It was like, oh man, you about to do, 25-5, and you about to do all this. I was like, first of all, ain't no 5-5 going on. Y'all wilding with that. I mean, give me your point totals, everything else. That's my role on that squad. It's just be a scorer. I'm not setting the table. I'm a bucket getter. And then one of the homies, my man, ex Carpenter down in LA, he was like, look, man, just don't pull no hammy. And I was like, now you got me thinking. Lo and behold, I'm out there at West Sac, I'm serving up, I'm giving buckets. It's looked like it's about to be a 35-point night. Game is close. And I make a move. I split the jump on the screen, just something sick, just looking like Prime D Wade the way I split that. It was crazy.
Oh my.
And then, or no, actually it was more looking like Kyrie because I split it. And then I was looking, I was going to finish at the front of the rim with the right hand, saw a defender. I saw long arm Sam Perkins over there.
Oh my.
And I switched, but I had to, before I jumped, I had to really take off. So I switched to the left, and just the calf wasn't really, I did a little too much for the calf. Switch, missed the layup, and I tried to go back on the defensive end, wasn't really feeling it. It it started to get bad on me real quick. So eventually we had to play. Well, we had 6 guys, right? One of the guys fouled out. So I couldn't do nothing. It was like, you want to sub? I was like, bro, he fouled out. Like, there's nothing I can do. So I just stayed on the defensive end of the court for the most part, for the better part of the last 2 minutes.
Oh, that's a nice change.
And the next 2 overtimes. Because I wasn't running up and down the court. That couldn't happen. Yeah. But we ended up winning too, by the way. Shout out to my man Al. You know what I'm saying? Game with a bucket. But yeah, man, it was about to be a 35-point night. Like I was handing buckets. I don't even feel 100% back. And it was about to be a 35-point night. But yeah, I don't know. I might be out for the summer. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah, big ups to our guy, friend of the show, Sacramento legend, my man Pete Youngman. I talked to him last night. Because I was like, yo, Pete.
That was a shoot. I saw you tweeted him.
No.
He's really reaching out to one of the best of athletic trainers on it. Hey, you
hit me up.
Utilize your connections, baby.
He's like, hey, here's my number. Call me at like 8:30. I called him. I was like, I'm gonna holler at you. And he's like, so what did you feel when it happened or whatever? I was like, it wasn't an immediate thing. It was, I think this is where it happened. I jogged down the court. I came back and then I started going back. I was like, oh, this feels a little tight. Like, I don't really like it. He's like, yeah, that's not that bad. I had hurt my calf. You guys know I'm scared of calf strains and robots. And that's because you saw. So now you're coming on my
yeah. Dr. David tagged me in that post too. Those
were the little ones in that little show too. Those were the little ones that would just. No, it was terrifying what I saw. And that, what was a black moon or something? I don't know what it was.
You don't need that.
But they were that type of robot. It was going crazy. But
robots and calf strains.
Yeah, man, calf strains crazy. So when I initially hurt the calf about 10 years ago, when I did it, I felt it immediately. And like I told Pete, I was like, I felt a burn in my calf when it happened. And that was like the worst I ever had. I've never fully recovered from that, to just be honest with you. My calves it's like Floyd Mayweather's hands, like they're brittle. You know, he had to change his whole game because he broke his hands too much. He had hand problems. That's how I felt about my calves. But I did tell people, I was like, I didn't feel that this time. So that's a good thing. He's like, yeah, that's a good thing. He's like, you're probably looking at like 2 to 4 weeks as opposed to 6 to 8 or 8 to 12. Like, I told him, I was like, I might be done, Pete. He's like, nah, you're not done. You're not done. You'll be back. But yeah, you probably look like 2 to 4 weeks. So
tough.
Yeah. So in the meantime, I'm putting.
I don't understand.
Ain't nothing.
Just putting. Hold on to this.
Just let it burn, man. Just like Usher said, just let it. Just let it happen. It's all right, buddy.
I love you. Right. I just.
Oh man, this is
we had, we'll get into this over the course of the week, but we talked about it briefly through text.
Oh my God!
Had Usher at really number one since somebody got disqualified.
Yeah,
Usher's number one, but whew, that young man from Virginia is climbing up the charts.
Well, there's probably grounds for disqualifications on that side too. To be fair,
yes.
But man, homeboy dropped a 24-track album and didn't miss.
Woo!
My man Chris
Breezy
Brown
rep,
dropped
2 up,
24 tracks and just killed all of them.
And that's kind of my frustration with Breezy a little bit. Some people like it. It's a preference. You know what I mean? I don't like the 35-track album.
I don't either.
I like the 11 to 12 track. And the last 3 have been like 35, 28, 24. Like, bro,
but
calm down.
I'll give him this. It was still only like, it was a little, like it was an hour and like 20, I think, long. Like, I'd rather have that than 11 tracks, 28 minutes like these dudes drop now.
That's what I like.
I don't need that. I don't need it. What am I going to do with 28 minutes?
I need your best.
They ain't going to get me to Kenny's house. What am I going to do with that? I listened to that whole album on the way down to your house and back. I was like, yo, this is the life.
You play that again. That's what you do. See, I'm more of an 11 to 13 track guy, man. Give me your best 11.
Not every track needs to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Give me your best 11 to 13. But I mean, I'm not saying it like he wasn't a legend already, but now he's starting to get an argument to get into that rarefied air.
No,
if he didn't have one already,
that's
he might have
facts.
had one
I just,
already.
Roddy says if R. Kelly is in the box, why is he
know.
Chris Brown? It's
I
like
know. I know.
well, one, they're different, but
Mhm.
they're not. I
Mhm.
mean, gotta call it what it is.
I know.
It's always been my reluctancy with that dude a little bit,
Mhm.
but it's that man put on some of the best concerts in the game, and now he's dropping maybe the best R&B album of the last decade.
Man,
Boy's bad, man. Boy is bad.
like, damn, did you see that spin move though? Did you hear no guidance?
Keegan Murray was introduced as the newest Sacramento King this weekend. We'll get into some more pros and cons with Keegan Murray as the day rolls along, but he was asked this weekend what the biggest misconception is about his game.
I think it's my competitive spirit. I get a lot of that just because I'm so even keeled on the court. I just try not to get too high or too low. In high school, I was kind of like that kid that always wore his emotions on his sleeve. So I just tried to change that. It didn't work for me. So I'm just trying to keep that even keeled mindset. But for me, once you get in between the lines, I feel like I'm one of the biggest competitors out there. So I feel like that's probably a misconception.
So that answer right there from Keegan Murray is a pro and con within and of itself, right? You always want a player to be level-headed and approach the game even keel. I love that. At the same time, it sure feels like we've got a lot of even keel guys on this Sacramento Kings roster.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm going to want somebody in a Kings jersey to go out there. Hey, what's your temperament heading into this game? I want to bust somebody's head. That's what I would like for someone to say at some point, because Keegan, I mean, that was like midseason De'Aaron Fox right there. That was kind of the same thing. I mean, he didn't have that. Like, it's cool. Like, I love in most cases to have that even keel guy, and maybe he has to be in the league to know what entering a game pissed off feels like.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's just something he didn't have to experience at Iowa.
And this is one thing that I battle with, because once again, we'll talk about this later, but one of my favorite quotes from Bill Walton, which is actually from John Wooden, is never mistake activity for achievement.
The most Michael Scott line ever. My favorite quote from Bill Walton, it's actually from John Wooden. That's fantastic. That's marvelous. You have no idea what that Michael Scott line is like. At some point, you're going to stumble across it. And you'll
Michael Scott,
that's funny.
Never mistake activity for achievement. So what I always say from that, just somebody's rah-rah and doing all this other stuff, that doesn't mean that he's actually going to produce. And just because somebody is even killed and not doing much, that doesn't mean that they're not going to produce, or they're not ready, or they're not competitive. So I try to keep that in mind. But at the same time, man, I want somebody to be hyped. I want somebody when the Kings go off for an 8-10-0 run to turn to the crowd, yell at the crowd, get them hyped, I want to see all that. You know what I'm saying? I want moments in the Golden One Center. But more importantly, I just want winning basketball. So as everybody is, very even keeled and very quiet and robotic, but they're winning 45 to 50 games, I'll get myself hyped up. Okay. I'll be the one. But I would really want somebody I want some energy. I want some charisma. I want to get hyped out here when watching these Kings. And it doesn't seem like they have those type of players, to be honest with you.
No, it doesn't. Because Fox certainly doesn't feel like that. We know Harrison is not that. And, Domantas Sabonis, I honestly, I'm not really sure.
I've seen him get kind of hyped a couple of times. Like, he'll flex a little bit. He'll give me a little fist bump or something like that. But yeah.
Okay. Speaking of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, Keegan was asked about his fit with those two guys.
Yeah, I think my versatility plays a factor. Playing alongside both of them, being able to cut to the basket, read what Sabonis is doing in the post, things like that. I feel like that obviously takes time with chemistry and things like that. But I feel like I'm just excited to be able to play off him. Fox is a dynamic point guard, and he's a guy that he can create his own shot, create for other guys. So for my ability to catch and shoot threes, play on the perimeter, I feel like we'll just expand both of their games even more.
Another thing that really stood out in listening to him talk in totality over the weekend was, and maybe this had to do with his conversations with his agent and his conversations with everyone involved with the Sacramento Kings, being it Domas or De'Aaron or Armani or whoever. I get the feeling he probably had a pretty good inclination that he was coming here, and he started to learn about this team a little bit.
Right.
Like he didn't want to show up at this media availability and give really generic answers. Like he's speaking about the pros and the cons and the pluses and the minuses of the team and what he can do well. And I think that's again, it speaks to his character, which is something his coach Frank McCaffrey told us when he was here. He's going to adapt to the game really, really quickly. He's going to learn the NBA game really quickly, and he's going to learn his teammates really quickly.
Yeah, and that's something that, you know, I would like to see. I think that's something that I would do. That's why I appreciate it. Is, you know, I would know as much as I can about any of these places that I can possibly be going before I get there. And it seems like he did his homework. You know, he looks at De'Aaron Fox, he looks at Sabonis, thinks about how it could fit with his game, and you know, he sees a lot of things that are beneficial to what he likes to do out there on the court. Which reminds me, I told you before the break that I was, you know, I heard what the people were saying on Friday. I heard all of y'all. All right. And there was a lot of people who were tapped in on Friday who thought that myself, James Ham, were too negative. We're all doom and gloom about the Sacramento Kings. And I don't think that's what it was. I thought it was just, they just went off the draft. There were some things that we didn't like about what they did with the draft. And we spoke on it. That doesn't mean there was doom and gloom and everything like that. And that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that I know for me personally. I can't speak for James, but how I feel about the Kings isn't everything is all bad. You know, we talk about Usher. Everything that they've been doing isn't all bad. You know, Confessions Part 1. Y'all need to tap into that. That's one of the great songs of all time, to be honest with you. But what I want to do today, Damian, if it's okay, is I want to come with as many positives as I can for the Sacramento Kings today. I'm going to do it one time a segment today. As many positives as I can, because it's not all bad. There are positives.
Okay.
And the first positive that I have for the day, and this goes into what you just talked about and what Keegan spoke on, is I think that Keegan Murray is a hell of a fit for the Sacramento Kings. He absolutely feels a need for this team. And I look at what they had on the court when the Sabonis trade went through. And you know, they messed around with Metu and Trey Lyles and things of that nature. And you guys know I love my guy Freeport. Shout out to Freeport. And you guys know I have been one that actually likes Trey Lyles more than most. To be honest with you, and just to be frank, Keegan Murray's better than both of those guys. And I think he's better than them day one. And you put him with Sabonis, with Fox, and being that starting power forward, man, I think that's a good look. And I think he is a seamless fit for what they're trying to do with the Sacramento Kings. So, and mind you, when I say all this stuff, like it's not contrived. This is really how I feel. A lot of this stuff, I'm just going to talk about what I've already said before and going in on it again. And it's not contrived at all. I really like the fit for Keegan Murray with the Sacramento Kings team. I think he's a better version of the power forwards that they were trying to fill in last year. So I like Keegan at the 4.
I agree, but sports radio in this market and its history, someone's going to think that Martina gave us a phone call and told us we had to say nicer things about the team. Not that there's any history of that happening in this market, but Just, but that's the thing too, is if you followed us all the way up to the draft, and we welcome everyone who is a new listener to this show who discovered us during the lottery process or during the draft process or just in general Sacramento Kings coverage, man, we appreciate you so much for being here. We said all of these things about Keegan Murray leading into the draft.
Right.
I think one thing that really happened was we allowed ourselves to get wrapped up in the fantasy part of the NBA draft. It's no different. This is going to happen too. You're already starting to see it. The fantasy world of free agency, not necessarily for the Sacramento Kings, because I really feel like Kings fans are very realistic about free agency, a lot more realistic with free agency than they are, I think, about, certainly this draft that we just had, and that we are every single trade deadline, because we work out all of these things to go, oh, this works. The trade machine says this works, and this works, and this works. Whereas we're all pretty realistic with, ain't nobody going to sign here, and we ain't got no money. So Monte McNair better find a way to make this work, and you'll hear from Monte McNair here in just a second. But we said all of these things throughout the process, right? We said all of these things about Keegan Murray and how it makes sense, and it always came back to but there's just something, right? Okay, if it's really just trade back, and it goes back to the Portland Detroit trade. Detroit knew they had their man, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think, given what we know now, there was only one team for the Sacramento Kings to trade with, and it was Detroit. And Detroit knew they didn't have to. And with the Sacramento Kings, again, understanding, having kind of a broader picture of what Detroit's plan appears to be, there wasn't a deal with Sacramento that would have worked, even if Monty sold it like crazy. No, it's Keegan Murray stuff. It's ridiculous. Jaden Ivey's our guy. There was no deal that Detroit was willing to work out, because you saw they did the no money back deal. Like, that was their whole point with getting rid of Jeremy Grant, was shedding that salary cap space. Even if it looks like we got took, we don't care. All we need is the salary cap space. There was no way the Sacramento Kings could have pulled that off, even if Monty had sold the Jaden Ivey thing. So they became what with Sacramento not being able to make the deal. I think they figured out along the way, no, Keegan is their guy. We don't have to send them a future draft pick. We don't have to do anything there. We're good. Let's unload Jeremy Grant on to Portland. We freed up our cap space. That was mission number one. Let's go get this kid, Jaden Ivey. That was mission number two. And they built from there. We've talked about the Indiana thing. It's become, again, crystal clear now. There was no way that could have happened.
Right.
Because Keegan wasn't getting past, if they moved up to take Jaden Ivey, Keegan wasn't getting past Detroit. So it would have been a situation where the Kings traded back to 6, and they would have had to trade up to 5. Like, it would have, again, like we can see now with the whole picture in front of us, it's all crystal clear and it makes sense. We couldn't see that at the time.
And the other thing about that, though, is it's all about what Monty and what the decision makers believe in Keegan Murray, right? So if you're Monte McNair and you're like, I got to come out of this draft with Keegan Murray. If I can get some other stuff, cool. But I believe in Keegan Murray that much. I got to come out of this draft with him. That's my first and foremost priority. And you're not gonna make sure you mess that up in any way. That's how you feel about him. That's how you feel about him. I said it earlier before. How I see him or what I project for him, that's all just a matter of opinion. How somebody else projects his career is going to play out, that's a matter of opinion. None of it is facts. You know what I mean? So if he came out of there legitimately feeling like, yo, Keegan Murray's that dude, then you hold on to him pretty much at all costs. Just make sure you're right. You got to be right. You know what I mean? You can't miss, but if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. And it was clear he was worried about whatever trades affecting his ability to get Keegan Murray.
It didn't feel like there was anywhere he was going to get the player he wanted except at 4. And Detroit was the only option, because Detroit wanted Jaden Ivey, but it didn't work.
Right.
So if Indiana moves up to take Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey still goes to 5. Detroit gets what they want, and then what does Sacramento get? What they don't get the player that they wanted, and it seems that the player that they wanted in the draft was far more important than any potential trade that was out there. And those same exact rumors are still out there. I think it was I noted it. Mark Stein wrote about John Collins, still expect John Collins to be traded. Still expect Malcolm Brogdon to be traded. All of those things are still happening, even with the draft behind us. And Monty knows that he has more work to do, and he talked about adding more to the roster.
Yeah, for us, I think we're gonna, we'll take this week to kind of reassess, prepare for July. I think adding Keegan, somebody who he just said can play multiple positions, really helps us as we build it out. But as always, we're going to be aggressive, see what we can do to continue to add to this team. Get with Coach Brown and continue to build, our alignment with him on what he feels he needs. But we feel we're in a good spot to add in July, whether it's free agency or trade.
Okay, saying the right things there. He mentioned playing multiple positions. We'll play that sound for you. Keegan talking about being a small forward or a power forward.
I think I'm going to play different positions. Obviously, it depends on who's on the court, who we're playing. So I think I'm able to adapt to different positions. It doesn't matter if it's small forward, power forward spot. Wherever they need me to do is where I'll fit in and where I'll be my best at.
Man, I keep hearing that small. I don't see Keegan as a small forward, but who knows? And then there was more Chris Middleton talk. I don't see it. This is crazy.
Well, wait a minute. Now let's be okay. We'll play that sound for you. Huh?
He said it right.
No, he did. Yeah, we have it here. We'll play that sound for you in just a minute. But like let's be fair to my man though. Like he's got players in the league that he likes, that he watches, and obviously Chris Middleton is one. It was a little. That wasn't the first time Chris Middleton's name came up in comparison to Keegan Murray, which was why that was a bit surprising. You'll hear more from Keegan Murray, a little bit more from Monte McNair as well. Kenny will continue his Monday of positivity as well.
Don't you dare be sour.
When we return, I also think there's a couple of things that I still think there's a couple of pluses on the roster currently, which I know that feels like a stretch, but we'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
I got one.
Why this show feels so less stressful than it's been like.
Wimbledon. I said ton. There's no T in there. Wimbledon on my TV. Who's this fake ass Damian Barling?
What?
Who's the? You got Wimbledon over there. It's fake ass Damian Barling out here.
Y'all are cold.
I don't know who it is. I think it's Christian Harrison. I'm assuming that's who it is.
I see you, Will Z. Knock it off. Knock it off, Will Z. Yeah, I mean, you could probably say that about a lot of these players in this draft, like not understanding their hype. Yeah, he's not the most engaged defensively, but I don't think this league is judged entirely on how guys play on defense. I read this I just want you to know I read this exactly as you intended it to be read. Exactly. And everyone who knows read this exactly as you intended it to be read.
Feel the power. It's a new day. Yes, it is.
That's interesting. One, how about you calm down? Two, how about you go listen to like the last 3 weeks of the shows? And we can excuse you here from today's conversations while you go catch up.
Is so desperate. He's just a desperate fan. I barely know who the you are.
Go catch up. Go catch up. And then you can come back. You got 5 minutes to go rewatch our stuff. There's a show titled We Dive into Keegan Murray's Film or something along those lines. Go watch it, and then you're welcome to come back. And that's the thing. This is the point we tried to make on draft night. You either believe or you don't. You either believe or you don't. I mean, he can miss for sure, but
and to the jackass who said what he said, the tune hasn't changed. I literally haven't said nothing different. I don't think anything differently happened. I'm not saying, well, after I looked at it, I think it's okay if Monty and the Kings miss the playoffs this year because that will be changing my tune. Nope. They better find a way.
Hey, come on, man. That's trash. Don't do that. Oh, my God. I just looked at my TV and Ahmed Johnson is yelling. I can only imagine what he's saying right now. Oh, I so badly want to know what he's saying because he's super animated, which means it's less coherent. He's pointing and he's yelling. I don't even know who he's talking to. I wonder what Ahmed Johnson is doing today.
That's a good question. I need to catch up with him. It's always crazy to see like D'Lo Brown when they catch up with him today. Hey, look at D'Lo.
D'Lo was on a wrestling show like a week ago.
Really?
Someone tagged me in it. I think he was on that Impact. I think that's what it's called. I think it's called Impact Wrestling. Yeah. He was on there.
Oh, you better recognize. I used to go around school doing that too, by the way.
Oh yeah, you got to. The head bobble was iconic.
Oh, you better recognize.
I don't even know that the captions could read that thing.
The captions would say Sauce Castillo. That's what
Oh man.
See, when you say like Middleton and Danny Granger, I don't see Keegan moving that well on the perimeter. No.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on Twitter today at ESPN1320 if you want to follow us there. If you're watching right now, we hope that you'll hit the thumbs up. I think we've gotten many new subscribers and viewers over the course of the last couple of weeks, or we've certainly got many new viewers. We hope that you become subscribers. All you got to do is hit the button that says subscribe. We're a good show. We're on Monday through Friday here, 12 to 4 for now on ESPN 1320. So you could check us out on all those various different channels. You want to, we've got some notes to pay off here from Monty and Keegan Murray, but you want to hit us with another dose of positivity first, or
Absolutely.
Okay, all right,
absolutely. Now, because we got people in here trying to say KC changing his tune or whatever the case may be.
Calling you
I
out.
mean, calm down. All right. There's no tune that's been changed. And if there was, I'd tell you. Oh, no problem with that. People change their mind all the time. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be beholden to a take.
In this industry, normally you just lie and said, I told you all along, Draymond Green is one of the most impactful players in history. That's just what you do. You just ignore the things that you said for the last year.
You could do that too.
Yeah.
But see,
many make millions of dollars doing just that.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But if I see something or something happens, I wake up a different way and I'm like, you know what? I feel differently. Ain't no reason in saying that. So what? I'm a human being. That's what happens. Ain't no problem with saying that. In this particular case, I don't necessarily feel different about anything. I'm just giving people other insights, other observations that I have of this team that some would think are positive or delusional or whatever the case may be. And the one that I have right now for this segment, and you guys can check the tape. I've been saying this. This is not new. I've been saying this since before the season ended, when it was clear it was about to be the 16th straight year of no playoffs. I said, and I still believe, this roster, this Kings team is better than people give it credit for. And I think they're closer than people give it credit for. I think people tend to say they're so far away from it, and how can they compete with the West is so tough and all this other stuff.
But they
I
didn't
think it's better
perform
than
like
people
it. But
Well,
they
they
didn't
didn't. They didn't. And when I say this roster, I'm talking about when DiVincenzo got here, when Sabonis got here, playing with Fox, things of that nature. I think they played, what, 10 games? Fox, Sabonis specifically, they played 10 games together, I think.
I think it was a little more than that. I can't remember, to be honest.
Because I had it earlier. I think from that second Minnesota game where DeMontis played to the Bucks game when Fox broke his finger. I don't know who missed and why they missed, but I have Fox at 15 games. I have DeMontis at 13 games.
Okay.
So let's just say they played 12 games. I think in the 12 games they might have went 6-6 or 5-7 or something like that. It was around 500. And I just don't think they're as far away as many other people think. And I think when you have Fox and Sabonis, and you can talk about, some of the pieces they have around them, Davion, now having Keegan, DiVincenzo, I'm going to assume from here on out until I see differently, and maybe it's unfair, but he's coming back. I mean, it'd be crazy to think he's not coming back. So I'm going to assume that he's coming back. They still need a little bit more to make me feel super confident in it, but I do believe they're closer, and they're just a little better team than people, or they have the ability to be a better team than I think people give them credit for right now. I truly believe that, and that's something you can testify to. This is something I've been saying since the end of the season last year.
It is. It was something you were saying at the beginning of last year, that this team is better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think the problem for some people, including me, is they didn't perform like it. And so you have to weigh what you saw versus what you think about a team. And this roster last year, taking the midseason trade, talking about the roster in its totality, talking about the season in its totality, this roster to me severely underperformed. Like, even if you didn't think they weren't very good, and that's totally fine. I think Will Griffith came on the show and was like, yeah, I think you guys are wrong. Like, this team, I just do not think is very good, and had them pegged at, I think it was like 37 wins, 36 wins, somewhere around there. Man, they finished at 30. Like 30. They were a 30-win team. I refuse to believe they're that bad. Like, that bad? A 30-win team? I don't think so. And so...
No, go ahead.
So leading into this season, I start to think, okay, even if we go with Will Griffith's low projection and split it in half, he said 36, we'll cut it to 34. I'll give him 30, or I'll give him 33 wins in this. What's Mike Brown amount to that win total? This is without any further roster changes past Keegan Murray, which would be a massive mistake in my opinion. But still, what's Mike Brown worth to this team? What's a full year of Sabonis and Fox worth to this team? This is an assumption, and I'll admit, an apparently motivated De'Aaron Fox mean to this team? And what does the current roster construction mean to this whole team? What does Terence Davis mean with this group for the first time? What does Davion Mitchell mean in his second year? What does that all equate to? And if you say it only equates to 34 wins instead of 33 or 35, I'd probably call cap on that. And you mentioned this a minute ago. People like to talk about how loaded the West is, how difficult this is going to be. Nobody saw the West being what it was last year. Stuff happens. Every single season, stuff happens. It happens to good teams. It happens to bad teams. Every year, something happens. Something could happen again to the Lakers. Something could happen again to the Clippers. Something, Denver. What if Jokic goes out? Utah. What if Donovan wants out? What if Donovan gets hurt? I mean, there's a million different scenarios that we just act like, this is going to be so impossible for the Kings because everything's perfect until the season starts and you realize, well, it's not. Unfortunately, it's part of the game. It sucks. We as fans hate it, but that's what happens.
Right.
And so I think there's there's room for improvement on this roster for sure. But I refuse to believe that this team was as bad as their 30-win record showed last year.
Yeah. And even more so than that, when I talk about this team being a little closer than people give it credit for, I'm not even taking into effect what we saw before the trade deadline. I thought that, I mean, going into the season, I thought they'd be cool or whatever, but clearly they were just a little too fragile mentally to be able to handle any type of adversity. And the walls came crumbling down on those guys. So I'm not even factoring that in. I look at what they did after the trade deadline, having Fox and Sabonis, seeing that team together. And I think there's a possibility for them to be a playoff contending team with those guys. And a couple added moves. You did one. You added Keegan, who I just said is an upgrade at the power forward spot. Now, go get one or two more pieces. They don't have to be game changers. They don't have to be guys that, you're going to come in and average 20 a night. I'm not saying that. But if you get guys that fit well with this roster and can fit with Sabonis and Fox and maybe alleviate some of the responsibility and pressure on perimeter defense and things of that nature, I think that'll help out immensely. And I know I'm in the minority. I've been in the minority with that because people think they need so many more pieces, like 2, 3, 4 more pieces. And I just don't see it that way. I think, and a lot of it I base on is Fox and Sabonis. I mean, you got two guys right there that you shouldn't need a ton more to compete for a playoff spot with those two. If you're trying to be a contending team for a championship, absolutely, you need a whole lot more. But with Fox and Sabonis and some form of Harrison Barnes, if he's here, or a Harrison Barnes-like player, now you got Keegan, you shouldn't need a ton of people. Forgive me for always bringing him up, but we talk about Max Strus was in the Eastern Conference Finals.
That brother ain't bothered nobody. And his name come up constantly on this show.
Starting small forward in the Eastern Conference Finals. So, there's a number of guys that are out there and they play a role and they play it well. I think you need more so that guys here in Sacramento as opposed to some kind of superstars.
One player, let's mention this first. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Your man KD, Kyle Draper, going to join us coming up here in a little over 15 minutes. He'll be with us. We mentioned there's a couple of things I want to touch on with the roster, but I want to play these pieces of sound too, because we had just mentioned another Chris Middleton mentioned as Keegan was asked who he models his game after.
Yeah, I think a little bit.
That's not Keegan Murray. In fact, that's Monte McNair. Let's try that again. Oh, we're live, pal.
Yeah, I think it's just all the guys that have established themselves in the league. No one too specific. Just being able to play against the guys that you see on TV, the Hall of Famers, the future Hall of Famers. I think that'll just be special for me to go against and compete with them, prove myself against them. So I'm just excited for that opportunity. And I'd really just model my game after a lot of people. I mean, Chris Middleton's a guy. I feel like we've had that similar kind of stature. A guy that I feel like plays with really good pace. And I feel like he's a guy that if I model my game after, I can have a really good career. So I'm just excited really to play against a lot of the really good players in this league.
Chris Middleton didn't have an electric start to his career either. His story very, very well documented as he got going in the league. So Keegan already in a good position there, but that's not your favorite comparison there.
It's not, and it's more so based on just looking at him as a player and what I think he's able to do. People talk about mid-range game and being able to shoot. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, first of all, Chris Middleton is one of the great shooters in the league today. And if Keegan wants to pattern his game after Chris Middleton, that's awesome. I want him to shoot on that level. But just how I see him play, I don't see that. We're talking about Chris Middleton, who has the ball at the top of the key, is handling the rock. He's the ball handler on screen and rolls and, giving somebody a little in and out, a little hesitation, pulling up at about 17 feet away. As a ball handler, off the bounce. I just never saw that in Keegan's game in Iowa. Maybe he has it and we haven't been able to see it, but I never saw that ability at Iowa.
Or maybe it's something he wants to model his game into.
Yeah, and he can maybe get there. I don't know. I don't remember Chris Middleton in college. Maybe he looked the same exact way as Keegan Murray and he developed all that stuff. So there's a possibility of that. I said last week, I see more of Al Horford in Keegan's game, being able to, and maybe even a little bit more athletic than Al Horford, but being able to do so many different things at the 4 spot, whether it's get down on the block, catch and shoot, mid-range, step out to the 3. I see more of that in his game than Chris Middleton. But once again, that the guy sees, those are the things that I want to do with my game, and I want to get better at the handle and being able to do things off the bounce. More power to him. I hope he gets there.
Let's go to the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Let's start with Happy Leezy. Happy Leezy, what's up, man?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, happy Monday. What's good, guys?
What's up?
Living the bit, bro. Living the gimmick.
Hey, it's all good, guys. Hey, I just want to call in with 3 quick points, man. I'll try to be fast, not take up all the time.
Yeah,
but,
3.
I'm going to be quick. So, first, starting off, I know a lot of Kings fans are still kind of split on Keegan Murray. I know a lot of people wanted Jay Ivey, myself included. But I think it won't take long for them to fall in love with Keegan Murray with the California Classic coming up. Kind of thinking about, like, last year with Davion. A lot of people were kind of like, why do we take Davion? Then Summer League happened, and everyone loves him. 2, KC, I'm kind of following up on your point on Friday. I'm hoping this offseason Monte isn't really passive. Besides the Sabonis deal, he hasn't done anything like really big. I'm hoping in this offseason they make some moves. And 3, this is kind of for the culture, but the Kings, they kind of remind me of like an R&B group like New Edition. It's a bunch of nice guys that do their thing, but we're missing our Bobby Brown. We need like one crazy guy to kind of, stir the pot here.
I appreciate the reference. Leezy got taken to task by Deuce for his point number 2, in which he was talking about Monty not being aggressive. He basically Deuce
that the other day,
and that's essentially what happened. Deuce and Leezy kind of rehashed that conversation, and I understand your point because we've talked extensively about the amount of time that he appeared to waste. But I understood Deuce's point as well, in that he tried to make deals that fell apart. Like, it's hard to blame him for a couple of deals that he did try to make. Some of them pretty big, namely the Buddy Hield, Kyle Kuzma one that didn't work. I think the frustrating part was waiting a very, 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 very long time before another deal was made. Let's get Sean in here real quick. 916-349-1320. What's up, Sean?
Yo, my brother from another mother, man. How y'all feel? Hopefully y'all got that cool air conditioning pumping right now in y'all little home studios.
Oh,
you already know.
Guess what? I got a game today. I got to be outside for. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's supposed to be 102.
Hey, man, showing them how you really made out here, man. The millennials would have been canceled that game.
He's going to come in tomorrow looking like Akon. Man, goodness gracious.
Hey, don't say them like that, man. Dark skinned brothers get a little bit of love out here too. But
no, what I mean is I sat out in the sun with Kenny. He gonna get it. He gonna get some sun today. And it was only 10 o'clock in the morning when we were out there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's 103 today, man. So bring that extra pack of Gatorade with you. But I think I'm with the rest of Sacramento, man. I think it was all doom and gloom last week, which is why I'm glad y'all didn't take calls last Friday, because it would have been a whole bunch of sad faces on y'all phones bashing the pick. But now that me and my boys, we ain't as live as the chatty house, we got our little purple talk. A couple of days later, we can see the bigger picture, like you just said, man. If he's anything like George Duncan, man, with the self-inflicted haircut, I'm all for that. But I like Casey's comp last week even better. Big Al. I'm not talking about your old coworker, D-Lo. I'm talking about my man Al Horford straight out of Florida, man.
Yeah.
The guy got all the potential. It's nice little mid-range game, short 3. And if he could play half the D as Al, that's really what's missing on this team, man. Somebody getting out there showing the effort. And as much as I love Rashawn, as much as I love Sabonis, man, they just don't really got that big man potential that I see inside Murray. I'm not saying he's going to be as great as Duncan right off the bat, but at least now we could plug that hole. But my biggest question, I don't know if y'all know the answer to it, man, is what's the rest of the team going to look like? Are we really going to roll this same team out there?
Yeah.
And granted, they were only 4 games out the play-in last year, but I think we just need one solid wing player. Monty got to do something, man, because if we ain't at 500 by the All-Star game, I think he's checking Reddish like I was talking about last year. He might be headed out, man.
Yeah, man. Somebody get an account ready for him.
Appreciate
if
you,
they're
Sean.
not handling
Good
business.
stuff. Yeah.
Get an account ready. Truly a Red
Password
fan.
share.
He said a lot there, though. But one thing that I agree with a lot of it. But one thing that I look at when he talks about Keegan Murray, and we talk about Al Horford, is Al Horford just has a high IQ. He understands where to be. He understands to play with other high IQ guys. And I look at somebody playing with somebody like Sabonis. I think Fox is a high IQ player as well, but Sabonis specifically, I think he can help bring the best out of Keegan Murray. And Keegan Murray has the opportunity and the understanding to just follow along, do what he's supposed to do, understand where he's supposed to be. And Sabonis will do the rest a lot of times, where you're putting Keegan in a position to just be a finisher. And if you can do that, I like the fit a lot, man. I
think that's I think that's an important aspect to this pick too for the Kings, and we tried to touch on it a little bit last week, but as Sean mentioned, their emotions for many were kind of running high. But Keegan Murray's not going to be in the same type of situation that Jaden Ivey is going to be in, or that hell, even Paolo Banchero is going to be in, Chet Holmgren's going to be in, or Jabari Smith is going to be in. Like, especially of those, in the season could prove otherwise for those 4 other teams. But Keegan's immediately entering a situation where it's clear at the very best you're the third option here, and that's pretty much completely factoring out Harrison Barnes, because if you factor in Harrison Barnes, you're more likely the 4th option. Right. But this whole thing, this whole season centers on Fox and Sabonis, particularly De'Aaron Fox, in my opinion. And I think, at least in my head, and this may not be reality, but at least in my head, as I think about this, that almost instantly takes pressure off of Keegan Murray. To me, it puts him in a similar situation. And I'm not talking about player or team. I'm just talking about situation. To me, it puts him in a situation like Scotty Barnes was in last year. Scotty Barnes got drafted to a good team with a direction, and that allowed him. Scotty Barnes also very good basketball player, by the way, but it allowed him to shine to a level that I think would have been different had he gotten drafted by Sacramento or another team with a worse team.
Yeah.
Sacramento was far from the Toronto Raptors, but when you look at the centerpieces of this team in De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, you kind of start to see the makings. And I know Tankathon, and I'm seeing, we saw the last week ESPN had him at 5, drafting at 5. I think I just saw a message here in the chatty house. Tankathon's got him drafting at 3. Man, you're really you're really banking on things going very, very bad for the Sacramento Kings if you're talking about them taking at 3. To me, that's reputation. Yeah. More than it is anything else, because you clearly hate De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
They're not good at all. You hate Harrison Barnes,
But I feel like this situation with the Kings puts Keegan Murray in a bit of a different. It could put him in a different mind state if he allows it. You don't have to do too much. You're here to work. We need you. You're a big part of what we're doing. But you don't have to. You're not the number 1 option. You don't have to be. You don't have to force anything. Let us put you in the best position possible.
Yeah, he's in the best position possibly of any team in the top 10. You know what I mean? They're in a nice position to ease him in and allow him to kind of go out there, play pressure free a little bit. One of the things that Sean talked about that I think is also going to be interesting for the rest of this offseason is, he said, how do you get better, outside of Harrison and, just bringing back the same roster? And it's this was where some of the frustration came in with not being able to do more on draft night, because, man, I don't know. Like when you talk about trading Harrison Barnes, I think you got to look at it where this is how I look at it. Is I need to get somebody that's either equal to Harrison Barnes, maybe a little younger, a little more club control, or better. And as much as people are always, on Harrison's case, and come on, man, Harrison's like 15, 16 points a night from the small forward position. And you got to find that. And you got to find the trade that works and things of that nature. And both sides want to be a part of it. And it's tough. I think that's a tough deal to make. Rashawn Holmes, if you're trying to move him, he's got the 15% trade kicker. So now it's more than what is just on your books for his contract. You got to find somebody that wants Rashawn Holmes enough, or maybe wants to get rid of something enough to be able to take on that deal. And those things are that's not just like, oh, it's going to happen, in my opinion. I'm anxious to see how they're able to get this done, to check all those boxes. Like I said, a team willing to do it, and it's improving your roster if you're the Sacramento Kings. Those are the concerns that I have trying to get those deals done.
I think about the Harrison situation a lot because we feel like a conversation had been had between Harrison Barnes and the Sacramento Kings, or at least Harrison Barnes' representation in the Sacramento Kings. And again, to be clear, this isn't a report. This is our opinion, because part of the thing that shaped our opinion is, and I thought you just kind of inadvertently laid this out, where you're talking about the amount of points that you can get from, Harrison Barnes at that small forward position. Is there an upgrade to be had? Like, is Harrison legitimately the best option for the Sacramento Kings at that position? And if it is, do you have the discussion about an extension? And what would an extension look like for Harrison? Because I feel like had a conversation not been had, you would at least be having those discussions. Because if he is indeed the best option, well, then he's the best option. I don't know how you're going to change that. Like, I don't know how you're going to upgrade that. I don't know. Again, it goes back to things that we were saying before the draft. It has to be something we don't know yet. Like, it has to be a player that we don't know about. It has to be a player that's not mentioned in Mark Stein's newsletter, or in the Kings Beat, or in the Athletic, or updated on Hoops Hype all throughout the day. Like, it just has to be something that we hadn't heard. And we haven't heard from our man Kyle Draper in a little while. He's going to join us next here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah, I mean, Tyler, like, I think you're right, but there's absolutely no proof that that's the case. I assume that's what we're assuming. Should I hang on, everybody? Sorry, you'll be able to hear me just fine. Just, I don't know what's going on over there at the Caraway house, so just let's go ahead and let my man, let my man do his thing.
Hey man, look, man, I'm trying to get back, man. I'm trying to get back as soon as possible. I got to take care of my body. Even after all of this, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more in the way of stretching, man. I'm gonna have to do a little bit. Just in general. You ever done yoga on a consistent basis? How is that? What is it?
It's phenomenal. It absolutely helps.
What does it help?
Like, namely, it helps your body recover from sitting in a chair for 4 to 5 hours. Good for that.
Do it now?
No. I used to do hot yoga very, very regularly. At DeMarcus Cousins joint.
What do you say? Lord help us.
Lord help us. Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, I loved hot yoga. And you can see the improvements quickly. You can feel the improvements quickly. I wish I still did it. There's absolutely no reason for me not to. I think that the thing I got downstairs, I think it has a yoga program on it. So I can do at home, like if I didn't want to go to a class. But yeah, absolutely would 100% recommend yoga.
Peloton stuff. They got a lot of yoga stuff on there.
Oh, there you go. I need to look in that. I think there's yoga on here. I know. I feel like there's a section that says like yoga and Pilates, but
What up, Chris? Where in SoCal you from, big dog?
Warm it up, Chris. I'm
I'm
about
about
to.
to. That's what I was born to do. Jay Stahl.
Somebody's trying to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this. Somebody's trying to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this.
Jay Stahl, I saw you on Twitter. You said you in that West Sac League, man. Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to get together. Like I said, I'm probably feeling about before this happened. I was feeling like I'd say like 40-50% comfortable, just trying to get my legs under me. You know, still an easy 28.
Man, I might get some yoga in tonight. Kenny brought it up. They got a whole bunch of yoga classes on here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to try that out.
Oh, I can't get in that position. I don't know what she's doing right there. There's no way
I am
doing
not
that.
limber at all.
Look at the girl at the top. Ain't no way I'm doing that.
Oh, come on, man.
Ain't no way I'm doing that.
Oxnard, stand up. Sure, we could organize something. It's gonna be half court. I'll tell you that right now. Ain't no pickup full court.
Fam, everyone who has ever done it has been in a class where someone has done that, and it makes you want to stomp somebody. It's because it's like 100 something in that room, like all humidity. And the teacher just tries to talk through it. That's all right. Just relax.
That's what they said. You're supposed to release, right? Ain't that what they say when you stretch?
Well, some people take that some people take that very literally.
Yeah, you know,
man, I'm looking at this.
Absolutely, my favorite court in Sacramento.
I'm looking at this match right now. I don't know what it is, but oh man, like everyone's dead. Looking at this match from 1997, it's Brian Pillman and Jim the Anvil Neidhart against the Road Warriors. I'm pretty sure all four of them are gone.
Oh man,
this was 1997.
Who were the Road Warriors again?
Hawk and Animal.
Oh,
the Legion of Doom.
Yeah, Legion of Doom.
Same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
I was like Road Warriors. Yeah, they were called Road Warriors.
The Legion of Doom, man. That's a daggone shame, man. That is a daggone shame.
It's tough. Hey, did you see Will Z put me on Basketball Reference?
Wait, Will Z did what?
He put me on Basketball Reference. Well, he photoshopped some stuff. And he also put me on the injury reserve. I'm on the injury report. It's me, Joe Harris, Ben Simmons, Lonzo, Zach LaVine. You know, they got me out with a calf. It says ESPN 1320 has announced that Caraway has a calf sprain and will be reevaluated weekly. The timetable for his return is 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay. All right.
And that goes next to my stats on Basketball Reference, where it says Kenny Caraway played 28 minutes, 28 points, rebounds, something, assists, something.
No, it's not something. It's zero. The number is zero.
I got a rebound or two. I don't know.
Those are team rebounds that you got there.
I got about 2 or 3 steals. I know my role. Al, my man Al, he's the point guard.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Keese is the guy that's attacking the basket all the time. I stretch the floor. You know, I make it dangerous to try and help off me. You know, because it's an automatic bucket. I'm the guy I'm gonna pull at any moment. Cole tried to call me Donovan Mitchell. Pretty accurate.
All right. Well, we'll get to Donovan Mitchell in a few minutes because people are watching his IG stories lately, man. But let's bring in our man Drapes, KD, Kyle Draper. KD, when was the last time you played ball?
You know what, man? I was just thinking about this yesterday because I saw Kenny's post. on Twitter. I was about to text him and be like, "Yo, how come I didn't get the invite? I actually played Friday, believe it or not."
Oh,
And,
great.
yeah,
Man.
come on, bro. Come on, man. Who do you think I am? You think I just talk a good game? I want to play too. I ain't one of these studio gangsters. You know?
Oh, that's me. That's me. You ain't gonna get me back there coming out limping. It ain't gonna be me. I know my limitations.
I tell you what, though, man. I'm the kind of ball player, though. It takes like a week to fully recover. So I'm struggling right now. I'm going to keep it real with y'all. My back is hurting.
Oh, no.
Pad I'm about to put on. So, no, but I got to get my way back into playing shape. You know what I mean? Once I get into playing shape, I'll be good.
Absolutely. When we have the Sacramento media All-Star game, I got to make sure Drapes is on my team. That's mandatory.
Seriously, man, because I saw your post. I'm like, Kenny out there hooping like that? Where's my invite, yo? That's crazy.
We're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen, Drapes. We got to get my man out here for sure.
Better have that Doug Collins mentality. Everybody get Kenny the ball. Everybody get the F out the way.
He all about getting buckets. So
that's what it is, man. Okay. That's what it is. That's my job. I understand my role. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it comes down to.
I hear you, man. I'm the screen setter. That's my role.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
KD, first thoughts on Keegan Murray. First impressions.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, and that's what I always do. I woke up draft morning. And I was thinking, all right, Jay Navy's my guy. Then I was thinking, I was even looking at a sleeper like Ben Mathurin. I was like, man, maybe, I like his energy. I like his motor. Same thing with Jay Navy. I just like, the passion with which they play. But then I started to look at it, and I looked at, all right, who's the guy that can come out, help you right away? Who's the guy that can play alongside De'Aaron Fox? And alongside Sabonis. And I was listening to your show driving into the draft party. And you know what? Just like you, Damian, my mind got changed. I said, you know what? The more I look at Keegan Murray, why am I not impressed with this guy? Mm-hmm. A 6'8" guy that could shoot 40% from three. A guy that averaged 23 and close to 9 rebounds. Like, I know he's not the sexy pick or the flashy pick, but this could be a guy that could average 15 to 20 for the next 10, 12 years. Mm-hmm. And, he may not be MVP, but I think right now this team, you're trying to win, man. And I know Monty said there's no mandate to get into the playoffs or anything like that. But if I'm the Kings, this has to be the year. No more excuses. And I think this guy can come in and help you right away. I
agree with you, man. And I look at what Keegan Murray does out there effectively, the position that he plays. And I know it's been said ad nauseum, but he seems like a seamless fit. He seems like the guy that you can play right now. And with all due respect to, the Trey Lyles and the Chimezie Metus, he comes in there and he upgrades that 4 position immediately with his skill set and what he's able to do. And that's before we get into, if he has some type of connection with Sabonis or Fox and they really take that connection up to another level. I just think it's a great fit having him on the squad.
No, I agree. And, we talk about Harrison Barnes and, let's be honest, could this be Harrison Barnes last year? Mm-hmm. So who's a guy that can fit in there? Who's a guy, I always thought, especially the last couple of years, a backup to Harrison Barnes is something these guys truly lack, truly miss. Mm-hmm. And I think Keegan Murray can be that guy. I'm not saying, he's going to come off the bench or anything. He could wind up being a starter by season. But, they need somebody that can space the floor, which he's proven he can do. And let's keep it real. His basketball IQ, his work ethic, that's what people rave about. I think that's what this Kings team needs also. Somebody that knows how the game of basketball is played, that's not just out there running with their head cut off like a chicken. You know what I mean? This guy understands the game of basketball.
Yeah.
30 wins, KD, was embarrassing last year, and you had to watch every single one of those up close and personal. One thing Kenny and I have been trying to figure out over, the last week and some change, and something we really dove in today is this roster really a 30-win roster, or did they just, for a variety of different reasons, underachieve last year?
No, come on. We all know they underachieved, right? I mean, I think we can all agree on that, right? I mean, the fact that you got a team with De'Aaron Fox who was coming off a 25-point per game season, and the way he started those first 3 months, I mean, think about it. In the month of December, they had 10 of their 15 games were at home, and I think they went 5-10 that month. That was the month where you should have banked up some wins. That should have been a 12-3 month. And so, really, if I'm being honest with you guys, I feel like the season was lost in December.
Mm.
You know, if you bank some of those wins, then you're in the play-in tournament. And so, I think, you know, a 30-win team, when you look at it, and I'll have to crunch the numbers, but statistically, in terms of winning percentage, they may have been worse last year than they were the previous year. And the roster, to me, was, you know, infinitely better. And so they were an underachieving team.
They lost like big leads at home. They lost a lot of games that they shouldn't have lost at home. And it's like the old adage, like you can't win a title or win a playoff spot in December, but you sure can lose it. That's a great point by you. I thought that put them so far behind the 8 ball. They were never able to recover for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and you know, and you know, the team was different though after the trade deadline, and I think that's why, you know, if we go into this season, the expectations have to be higher, right? I expect this Kings team to hit the ground running.
Yeah.
Fox and Sabonis a full off season together, full training camp. You know, some additions. Guys know their roles. You have your squad, and so I don't think we'll have. At least we shouldn't have a month like December where you're 5-10 all those home games. To me, the Kings got to hit the ground running. Fox, we saw him at the press conference the other day. He looked good, and I know it's just him in shorts and a T-shirt, but, you know, he looked like the Aaron Fox we saw back in February and March, you know, slimmer, more trim, fit. And so I think this is a big year for him, man. Like, this is, you know, we're talking all-star, and, like, he has to be the leader of this team. If this dude's not averaging 23, 24, 25, and like 7 assists, you know, to me, you know, that he's not living up to expectations because he's that kind of dude. He can be that good.
And Drapes, you talked about it a little bit. You mentioned it. Yeah, there's no mandate. I believe Monty when he said there's no mandate from the front office or anything to make the playoffs. But like I said last night on Sports Sunday, there's a mandate from Kenny Caraway to make the playoffs. I know that much. I mean, you got to make the playoffs. And me and Drapes are usually on the same side with this because he comes, you know, from the East Coast and what's expected in places like Boston and things of that nature. The Kings have enough talent, in my opinion, where another 31 season or not making the playoffs or not being involved in the play-in at the very least, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable this year. And you talked about De'Aaron Fox and what's expected of him. I agree 100%. Now's the time in his career to show that he is one of the top young guards in this league. He can be somebody that can consistently play 75 to 80 games a season and put up 23 a night. The time is now. There needs to be a sense of urgency, and I think there is, but there needs to be a sense of urgency all through that building and that front office.
Yeah, and I said that during the fan celebration they had during draft night. And you know, some people may not want to talk about 16 years not making the playoffs. I applaud Mike Brown for embracing that and saying we're not going to duck and dodge. It's too long. It's time. You know what? I agree with you, Kenny. Owners might not have said there's a mandate, but for sure there's a mandate for me. There's a mandate for you. There's a mandate for these fans. It's time to get it done. There's no way that this team with this roster shouldn't at least make the play-in. I mean, think about it. 2 years ago, they missed the play-in by like 2 games. And we know that roster only had like 6 NBA players. And so I just think there are no more excuses. It's time for De'Aaron Fox. And I keep going back to the conversation I had with Katie. You know, my first year or early in the season, when you look, if you're De'Aaron Fox and I'm watching Donovan Mitchell and I'm watching Jason Tatum and I'm watching Bam Adebayo, I'm watching all these guys from my draft class putting in work, getting recognized nationally, that got to make you feel a certain way, right? That should bring out the hunger in you. And I think it will De'Aaron Fox, man. I'm excited because we know Sabonis is going to bring it. We know Davion's going to bring it, you know, and I've got a good feeling De'Aaron's going to have a full season of top-notch play.
You mentioned his name a minute ago. You got to spend some time with us after his press conference. Mike Brown know how to win a room, don't he?
Oh, he won the press conference, right? I spent time with him at, we had a couple of season ticket events and things, and every time, man, he won over the room. And, he's the kind of guy, and I know he didn't win as a head coach, but think about it. He made it to the finals as a head coach. He's won titles as an assistant. He's coached Tim Duncan. He's coached Steph Curry, Kobe, LeBron. I think when he walks into the room, that carries a certain amount of weight, a certain amount of cachet with these players. And so I think he gets it. And, it's sort of like, almost kind of like Jason Kidd, where, things don't go quite right as a coach early in your career. You learn, you improve, and then you come back, and this is like the second phase of his head coaching career. And I think Mike Brown will be even better, man. So I'm excited, no doubt.
Yeah, and there's a certain level of you mentioned it just a little while ago about how he didn't shy away from what's going on here in this organization and going on in the city as far as not making the playoffs. And I think that's the best course of action. Like, you can't act like it's not there or it doesn't exist. That is part of the story of being with this franchise. I think him understanding it, him not running away from it, will help him relate to not only his players but this organization and his fan base, because he's like, hey, I'm here to get a job done. I'm here to fix what's been broken here for so long. And I like that aspect of some of the things that he had to talk about as well.
No, exactly. And it's what you just mentioned before, Kenny. You got to hold this organization, these players, to a higher standard. We you can't keep making excuses. And that's the thing I think, over the last couple of years, the ability to hold players accountable. I think that's something Mike Brown will definitely change. And so the fact that De'Aaron Fox was at the press conference, I was watching for Fox too. When I got there and I sat down, I didn't see De'Aaron Fox, and I thought to myself, man, where's Fox at, And then he walked in, and that showed me something. And so, obviously we know Mike Brown's a defensive coach. Look at some of the assistants he's hired, guys with some previous head coaching experience and guys who are up and comers as well. And so I just think right from the get-go, man, the excuse making and, the Kings will be the Kings. To me, that's all dead, fellas. There's no excuse why this team shouldn't be battling for a playoff spot late into this season. The roster, sure, it may not be Golden State, it may not be Memphis, but it's good enough to get in the playoffs.
I agree.
And Monty's got some time here to clean it up with free agency beginning this week. I want to ask you one more question, Katie. It's non-Kings related. It's a little change of pace here, but genuinely curious your thought on this. Did you see what Draymond Green said to Kendrick Perkins?
Because Perk is my guy, right? Perk is my guy. Y'all knew that, right?
Well, see, and that's the thing. We're gonna dive into this conversation here in a minute, and we're gonna get labeled. We're not the biggest fans of Draymond Green. We respect his game, but like I wanted a neutral party's perspective. If you saw what Draymond Green called Kendrick Perkins, and if you had any kind of reaction to it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, and it's not because Perk is my guy. We're talking two grown men right here. Have a little respect, man.
Yeah.
And I think both these brothers are really trying to do good things, whether it's on the floor, in their communities. To me, they're both role models. And so I hate seeing two brothers go at it like that and try to tear each other down. And the whole name calling, I'm not for all that, man. I know Draymond is being Draymond, but come on, man, you got to be better than that. And Perk took the bait a little bit. Perk, clapped back at him too. And I just hate to see it, man, because, like I said, these are two brothers that, accomplished a lot, both in the game and now they're accomplishing a lot, in the media space. And I'm all about trying to build each other up instead of go at each other's neck like that and call names. That's come on, man. You got to be better than that.
That's just not a name that you throw around flippantly like that.
Exactly.
And it's
exactly.
You can't.
Yeah, that's insulting. Not only a man's character, like that's the kind of thing that cuts to the core of a person. And and you guys know, in our community, when you call somebody that, man, it's almost like an Uncle Tom. You know what I mean? Like something like that.
Exactly.
That cuts deep to the core. Exactly. And man, I'm not a big fan of that at all.
I appreciate your perspective on that. We're going to get into that topic here in just a minute. Great catching up with you, KD. We appreciate it, man.
Hey Drake, man. Hey, start stretching out, do whatever you got to do, man. Because we gotta link up. We gotta get on the court. I'm on the injured reserve, but when I come back, I gotta hoop with my man Kyle.
Reports are Kenny's out for the summer though, so we'll have to. Sources say Kenny may be out for a while.
Hey, real quick, guys. It was funny. My wife and I were walking, and we passed this store, and it was called the Stretch Lab. It's in Folsom here, and she's like, "Why would somebody need a store to stretch them out?" I looked at her like, "Honey, do you know who you married to? I need somebody to stretch me out right now. I'm sore, I'm hurting, and so I might have to go visit the Stretch Lab, man, and get work done. Good boy is hurting right now."
You might see me there.
Go hit him up, Katie. We appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas, talk to y'all soon.
It's a great Kyle Draper right there, NBC Sports California. He's headed to, the first thing I got to do right now, because I'm the Stretch Lab in, what do you say, in Folsom? I just need to see what this joint's all about.
Hey, yo, wow. Chill.
Shout out. Yo, Stretch Lab getting some free advertising here from D-Lo KC and KD. You see, y'all,
they need to be a partner. I'm old and I'm an athlete. They need to be a partner.
It's exactly what you think it is. You walk in and you get one-on-one. There's one-on-one stretches. There's 50-minute stretches.
Damn, that's a long time to stretch.
This is spectacular. Only in Folsom, boy. Oh,
that's a long time to stretch.
We see y'all. I see you, Sean. I see you, Rachel. Okay. Okay, we see you guys. Nick, Tyler, Chris, man, they got a whole. They're called flexologists. That's what they're called, flexologists.
What's the name of the place? A Stretch Lab?
It's stretchlab.com. Yeah, the Stretch Lab. That's what it's called. It's in Folsom. They got, let's see, for first timers.
They got one in Sacramento. They got what, 3 locations here? Sacramento, Roseville, and Folsom.
Oh, Roseville.
Sierra College Boulevard.
Oh, that's oh no, that's coming soon. That's not even open yet.
Okay.
That's not even open yet. And Sierra College Boulevard is like sneaky far from here. Like it's in Roseville, but it's like 20 minutes away. I need to hit up the Stretch Lab. We need to introducing Stretch Lab on the Apple Watch.
Wow.
Okay. I gotta go hang out with some of these flexologists. I don't know if Justine or if anybody who works for Justine is listening, call the Stretch Lab.
Stretch Lab.
See if they want to get down with D-Lo KC and Kyle Draper. We'll just Kenny can go to the Sacramento one, KD can go to the Folsom one, and I'll go to the Roseville one.
We got it covered.
We got you, baby.
We got it covered, baby.
We got you.
Because like I said, I'm gonna need some help. If I'm gonna continue to try to be athletic, things can't go the way they've been going. Okay. I'm going to need a plan. I'm going to need to be able to do some yoga, do some stretching. It's got to be part of the daily routine.
Can you hear me?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Can you pop me up? Yeah. We're going to break the fourth wall here a little bit. Just kind of part of the game, man. The internet, the Comrex unit is not feeling me today. So let's just make sense. It's wild when the internet is bad at the studio. It only affects me. It's like Kenny's running on some super secret internet that has no issue. Because it's not the internet in my house that's a problem. It's the internet at the studio that's a problem.
Ever since I went to the Hardwire, it's been picture perfect. My picture, my quality, everything been picture perfect. Although the Comrex really shouldn't have anything to do with the internet. It's the Comrex box. Then you said they got new Comrexes?
I don't know.
No, like I thought there was like a new version out. You said that last week.
They got a new version of the Rodecaster.
Oh, Rodecaster. That's what you did say.
Yeah, they got a new version of the
Rodecaster. Old school now? That's crazy.
Yeah, we got the OG unit. I noticed the one thing.
Comrex, I'm sure they have a new version of this Comrex.
Bro, y'all should see this box that keeps us on the air every day. Like you look at this thing and like, for real, what? Like, so was this left over from World War II and they just sent it to Odyssey? Like, How did this this is the most updated technology we have?
Gotta believe they have a new Comrex out on the market.
Literally got like a little antenna attached to it. Like, what am I supposed to do with this thing? Like, for those that are, well, it's not even working, so it don't even matter if I unplug it. This is what the joint look like. This is it. This is what puts us on the air every day. Unbelievable.
Mine is even crazier. Mine look like a Nintendo type deal.
Yeah.
I'm on Comrex.com right now. They absolutely have a new Comrex.
See, no, just I'm confident there was at least 6 inches of dirt on 6 inches of dust on the top of this thing before they handed it.
Like crazy. The Access NX.
Y'all have
it's like fine.
This show really started with Kenny and I going to the studio. Our man Jonathan handing us these 2 boxes and going, okay, if you guys got any problems, just let me know. He's sending us on our way.
Yeah, we installed it. Well, I mean, it's not that hard to install, but here. Figure it out. We figured it out though.
D'Lo and Casey has been trial and error for 2 years now, approaching 2 years now.
This thing looked like the thing the Ghostbusters put the ghost in.
That is legit what this looks like. Shout out to my man Albie Akani. He says, I'll stretch you. That's not what he said. I'm not going to repeat what he said. I'll tell you what, Al, you ain't coming nowhere near me. Yeah, Al, you ain't coming nowhere near me. That dude will have me folded up like a pretzel, and he'll be yelling at me as he's doing it. We'll come back. There's a lot going on. We're going to continue with Kenny's positive thoughts on the Sacramento Kings. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Draymond Green situation as well. And boy, it's really going down in Brooklyn, huh?
Ooh,
man.
Ooh, is it really gonna go down that way?
Man, it sure looks like it, dude. It sure looks like it. We'll come back. We'll dive into all of that as D'Lo and Casey. Y'all in the chat ain't right, by the way.
I hate this era of you can't say anything.
Y'all are horrible people. All 429 of you right now. You're just terrible people. We'll come back with D'Lo and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, man.
Tell Jesse I'm just going to live.
What you going to do, Damon?
Hang on.
Man, y'all wild, bro. Y'all wild.
Let's just do the show like this.
Okay.
I don't even know what I'm
man. Yeah, man. I ain't even.
What did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Hit that like button for the Stretch Lab. Let's go. David, it is wild how much of like the inside stuff you know, Dr. David. That is wild.
Who are you, Dr. David?
For real, I think Dr. David sneaky worked over there.
Oh, you got Cole, you got the chocolate chip cookies from Costco? And things go crazy. I'm surprised I didn't get into it. I had to go to Costco this morning.
Damn, for real? They got one in Elk Grove?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's right where they're about to open this new Buffalo Wild Wings, which is kind of going to go up. They don't really have a lot of sports bars out here. I think that Buffalo Wild Wings is going to go up. It's like the next light up from the water park. Yeah, they got a Mayweather boxing gym over there too. The Ridge is the area. They got a Olive Garden. Yeah, the Buffalo Wild Wings. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm sneaky looking forward to it.
Okay.
It's gonna be a good look. It's not as good as it used to be. I'll say that. But yeah, it was some good stuff. Now it's not as good. I'm excited for this Buffalo Wild Wings opening up.
Oh,
I don't know if I'll ever be able to go. How many times am I going to get there?
yeah.
I'll be like, hey, I'm going to go out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh, you're not.
I see Maybach O dropped a little mini podcast last night.
What?
Version of the game last night, Cap. I see you. Oh, okay.
Sneaky. I mean,
time she brought it back.
For show.
It's about time.
Fire Wings is dope. I ain't got no problem with fire. I had Fire Wings last night. But Buffalo Wild Wings, I mean, football season specifically is just Buffalo Wild Wings got that on lock.
I was reading the Wall Street Journal article about Sunday Ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Like it gave the numbers, like DirecTV's losing like how much money DirecTV is losing a year on Sunday Ticket because so many people have left.
Yeah.
You know, they've cut the cord. So if you cut from DirecTV, you can't get Sunday Ticket anymore, which is why they're leaning heavily on like, I think it's Apple. The NFL is leaning heavily on like Apple TV and Amazon to take this thing over. They want it to be a streaming service more than something tied to a cable network.
And it's probably a catch-22 for DirecTV because you don't have that. It's gonna be hard to stay above water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised. They said still have like 11 million subscribers, and that number was stunning to me. 11 million dummies in this world. There is no reason to have that overpriced service anymore. I honestly think when this is over that they
might be done.
They're cutting that off and just pushing their AT&T Uverse thing.
Right. And I was really excited about DirecTV, but there's really no benefit to it. Hey, did you see the BET Awards last night?
Oh yeah.
Man, that was some good stuff, man. I like the BET Awards.
We were trashing a satellite company during the last commercial break. You know what the one advantage to the satellite company is? I could have watched that live at 5. Instead, I had to wait till 8 after I knew everything that had already happened.
You know what? To be honest with you, I knew it was BET weekend for some reason. I thought I heard they were doing everything this weekend and it was going to air on Tuesday. I don't know why I heard that or why I thought that. So it wasn't even on my radar till after I came limping home. I was like, it's on TV. And then I think the Queen Bee was like, I think the BET Awards are on. I said, no, they come on Tuesday. I turned on there, sure enough, BET Awards are on. I was like, oh, our night we good now. We golden. So yeah, it was good watching the BET Awards. BET Awards, to be honest with you, look, man, I know the other awards they do their own thing. I'm not here to disrespect nobody or nothing like that. For me, for the music I listen to the culture that I look forward to the most, BET Awards are the only ones that matter to me. I don't really care, and I know the prestige of it. I don't care what the Grammys got to say about what the best hip hop album of the year was.
Yeah, because they miss way too often.
Yeah, I'm not.
Macklemore won a Grammy. I mean, that's not a knock on Macklemore. It's just when you look at who was in that category with him and you realize he won, you lost me there.
Yeah. And when I was watching, I got in the notes. I was like, oh yeah, we definitely got to have a Puff Daddy appreciation episode.
I saw that. I noticed that. I knew that was from the performance last night.
Sure. I was like, oh, my boy. Oh, and then you talk about my boys is back. Jodeci's back. My boy KC was out there singing. They back, baby. They back.
They did that. Was it Uptown Records? They did that. I mean, and he got me too with the tribute to the dual tribute to Kim and Big. That was phenomenal. That was the highlight of the show. The Diddy stuff was the highlight of the show for me.
And look, I'll say this: even though we don't like we're not the fans, she didn't have to do all the plastic surgery and stuff. I still pop anytime I see Kim. It don't matter. It's Lil Kim.
Yeah, no.
And every time I see Lil Kim.
But I kept watching her like I was afraid she was going to fall. Like she was walking very gingerly. And here's a question I have to ask. I'm not going to say anything crazy about Mariah because you're not sicking Twitter on me.
Yeah, don't do it anyway because Kenny Caraway's here. We won't allow that. What you got to say about Mariah?
Nothing. You know what? Forget it.
No, you didn't open up Pandora's box. Say it.
Why she seems to always be like escorted, like she can't walk. Like, why is that always like she everywhere she goes, like she's being like someone, it's almost like someone is holding her up.
No, so Jazz pointed this out last night too. Very specific. She's like, Mariah just always walking in the hills that she can't walk in.
Always.
And people hold her hand the entire time. And she can't walk more than about 5 feet before she stopped. She was halfway barely on the stage last night. And then she had to stop and then sing all the way through. I love Mariah though. Shout out to Lotto too. Big Lotto, big night for her, man. Big up star. Shout out to Tim's. Big night for Tim's. You know what I'm saying? But I enjoyed the BET Awards. I always do though.
We ain't gonna say nothing about the way Mariah sounded. Did you get a chance to see
what? She sounded fine. I mean, that wasn't live, but she sounded fine. Mariah, she just need to get her. I heard her sing We Belong Together. Not live, but it was, with the band or whatever. There was no auto-tune about a year ago. Mariah's fine. Fine. I don't know what she needs to do. Maybe she needs to warm up more, stretch the vocal cords a little bit more before. I don't know, but she still got it. Just calm down. Settle down, Damien.
Okay, Kenny. Just gonna let that linger out there in the universe, and I ain't gonna touch it. If you have the opportunity to check out Kendrick Lamar's performance at the Glastonbury Festival too, I encourage everybody to do that.
I didn't check it out. Well, okay. All right.
It's phenomenal work, and he addresses things that you'd expect Kendrick Lamar to address. So that's
the 20th Golden One Center. Come on now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going down.
Going up.
Let's kind of just stay in this vibe of the culture a little bit. And I asked KD that question about Draymond Green because I know there's this belief that we're Draymond Green haters, and when Draymond plays well, we try to point out the fact that he plays well. But there's a lot of things that Draymond does that I just don't vibe with, I just don't agree with, and I think are kind of trash. I think there's a number of things that happened in the latest edition of his podcast that really need to be pointed out. Draymond Green calling Kendrick Perkins what he called him. It's a phrase. It's a name. I don't think it's in any way, shape, or form like a bad word that would get us in trouble. It's just not a word that we're going to use, and it's a word Draymond Green seemed to use too lightly and too freely when talking about Kendrick Perkins. And when a black man calls another black man that name, that's on site. Like that's grounds for, we don't need to discuss anything. You call me, like Perk's response was perfectly okay. In my opinion, I have no issue with the way Kendrick Perkins responded, but Draymond Green was extremely out of pocket for using that term when talking about Kendrick Perkins. And I think Draymond also, KC, he's gaslighting this new media versus old media thing that he's doing. And there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences to that, because when you talk about somebody who doesn't agree with you and you use that term, it's starting to fall into one of those, this isn't a new media versus old media thing. This is me versus everybody else. And Draymond, he needs to be careful with that, because he's going to start aligning himself with people that he doesn't want to be aligned with.
Absolutely. I mean, it was completely out of pocket for him to use that term with Perk, all because he doesn't like the way you play basketball. He doesn't think you're very good. Like that's where you go. You go somewhere like that. And you said it earlier on the when we talked about this a little earlier, and I'm not afraid to say it. I think a lot of times Draymond just says stuff. He doesn't really know what he's talking about.
I think he uses words like he doesn't, like he talked about slavery in the past. And Draymond's not the only one. Like when you use the word slavery in equation to anything in 2021, 2022, so anything in modern time, it means to me, you have no clue what slavery was, because there's nothing at all that compares to that.
Yeah, I don't take that lightly. I just don't like that. That's just me personally. You know, I don't like that, knowing what that was all about. You know what I mean? That to say anything like you said in 2020, 2021, 22 is that I'm not a fan of it. But this right here, I mean, just completely uncalled for. Like I said, because the man doesn't like your game, doesn't like, you know, how you play on the court, or doesn't think you're very good or anything like that. That's completely uncalled for and out of line. I mean, like you said, Kendrick Perkins' response, he took it down off of Twitter. Understandably so. The man's got a job. He's got a job. He works for Disney. So I understand why he'd have to make that move. But what he said was spot on. Spot on. And Draymond Green, Cole said it in the chat. I think he needs to apologize.
Absolutely.
He needs to apologize publicly.
Yep.
And he needs to face like the wrong that he did in this situation, because you can disagree with the man. We saw another situation in media where Shannon Sharp and Richard Jefferson had a little bit of a back and forth, and Shannon came on and he said he called Richard Jefferson lazy, and Richard Jefferson took umbrage with that, responded back and took offense to it, and Shannon said, "You know what? I was dead wrong. I was wrong. You're not lazy. You work hard. You do what you did. I'm coming to you as a man publicly, because all this stuff was public. I'm going to come to you with the public apology. My mistake. Let's break bread whenever we see each other." And I'm not even saying Draymond or Kendrick Perkins have to be friends or they have to break bread after this. I like that, seeing two brothers in this industry being able to come together and do some stuff like that. But they don't need to be fake about it either. They don't have to be friends. Draymond can say, "Hey, I don't like you, but what I said was out of pocket. It went too far. I apologize for that." But he absolutely needs to. Then Draymond, he needs to get over himself in a lot of these situations. But this is definitely one situation. Get over yourself, dog. Like you're not doing the things that you think you're doing. And to your point, if you're not careful, you'll be more of a detriment than you are an ally in this whole situation.
Tyler asked, how sensitive is Draymond? And, I don't think Draymond is sensitive. I think he's insecure. And I don't know what that stems from. But when you look at the history of Draymond Green, you can point to the Rudy Gobert clip. Don't mention me in the same vein. Don't mention me with that dude. Don't mention me with that dude. We're not the same. When he constantly tells Charles Barkley, "You ain't got no rings. We got, 3 of them. We got 4 of them." When he talks about good luck leaving me off the all 75 list if I win the MVP. When he's got reporters out there doing his bidding for him, like that is an insecure dude. And I don't know what it's based in. I don't know if it's being a second round pick. I don't know if it's I don't know what it is. Like I feel like Draymond has proved himself in the league, but he keeps showing his insecurities, and now he's coined this term, new media. This is what we about. This is new media. Brody, you're backed by Colin freaking Cowherd and iHeartRadio. That is the oldest of old media. There is exactly one audio company in this entire country bigger than ours. And it's iHeart. It's yours. You were new media when you had the Dre Day podcast over on the Uninterrupted. Remember what the Uninterrupted was? That's where athletes go to tell their story. That was new media. But you left that and you joined Colin Cowherd's network. Colin Cowherd of iHeartRadio. You can say it. You can repeat it. You can make a t-shirt that says it. There is nothing new about what you're doing. You're not the first athlete to have a podcast. You're not the first active athlete to have a podcast. You're not the first active athlete to be an analyst. Nothing you're doing is new. The only thing you are is loud. And now You're loud and disrespectful.
Yeah.
And you need to fix it. If you want to tell Charles he sucks, if you want to tell Charles he ain't got no rings, that's trash. And we can just point out that being trash. But when you use a word like that to describe another black man in this industry, that's too far.
And on top of that,
when you say something like that, you better be damn sure of what you're saying and the potential ramifications of it.
And look, and on top of that, not only are you being loud and disrespectful, but you're being detrimental to a lot of people that came before you, that are trying to come behind you and get into this business. In my opinion, you are. Because now they'll look at that, then they'll think, oh, this is okay. This is the way to go. This is new media. I'm being new media like Draymond Green. It's setting a terrible, terrible precedent. And like you said, it's just disrespectful.
Yeah.
You know, show some respect. I say all the time, you know, about these other guys in the media, you know, whether it's a Skip or something like that. I don't have to like what they do. Draymond Green, he's a perfect example. I don't like his podcast. I've never been moved to listen to it. I'm not really interested in what he has to say, but I'm not going to knock the man and what he's doing. That's what he's doing. You know what I mean? He's getting extra money or another job, providing for his family, going to a new venture, setting something up for after basketball. Do what you do, man. If I don't like it, that's just me. That doesn't mean there's not a lane for it or anything like that. I'm not going to disrespect you as a man for what you're doing. But now he seems to think that he's okay. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned the John Wooden quote. And you said it perfectly. Never mistake activity for achievement. Just because Draymond is loud doesn't mean he's good. I particularly don't think he's good. People are like, oh, TNT can't wait to have him. He's the next Charles Barkley. He's not. I don't think he's good at that job. And just because he talks loud and he talks candid, I guess, that doesn't make him good at what he does. You talk about people that are next in line. I'd rather see Candace Parker in that spot. I think Candace Parker is insightful, informative, and she's just better at the job than somebody like Draymond Green. So I'm not for all this other stuff that he does just in general. But now when you get disrespectful, you try to tear down another guy that's doing his job, and you use these personal attacks on him and extremely, extremely damaging name calling words that you're using. Now I lost a ton of respect for Draymond Green. The way he went about this. This was nasty, absolutely nasty. And I agree. If I think I'm always going to see him that type of way, but the very least he could do is have a public apology for what he said to Kendrick Perkins. And I fully believe, and I hope it doesn't get to this. I agree with what Drake said, but I believe every word Kendrick Perkins said. Mm-hmm. I believe every word he said. Yep. And if they cross paths, if it's this summer or someplace, and I think Draymond Green is going to have to answer to that, and that's a whole nother ugly situation that we shouldn't have to deal with.
See, and that's a great point. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We want to get to more positivity with the Kings here in just a minute, but you brought up that point, and it springs to mind. There was an exchange between Skip Bayless and Russell Westbrook earlier, over the course of the last couple of days. And it ends in the most predictable way. And I do believe this is how it ends, is Skip Bayless calls Russell Westbrook out his name. And Russ responds like, watch your mouth. Don't say anything online that you wouldn't say to me in person. And what Skip do? This is ultimately what he wanted. He wanted Russell Westbrook's attention. So he does the Skip Bayless bit that he's done for years. Oh, you want to talk? Come on the show. Come on the podcast. It's just this lame ploy. They try to bait athletes over and over and over and over again to get their response so they can do this bit with their podcast or with their television show or with their radio show or whatever it may be. And we're getting to this really, and you mentioned we've got a whole other issue here. We're getting to this really dangerous level now where, media is supposed to inform.
Right.
We're supposed to relay information to you. We've got 4 hours. We often share our opinions with you. That's pretty much our job. But the point one, information. Once you've got the information, We'll give our opinions. You give ours. That's the crux of what we do. We've gotten to the point where information isn't given anymore, and now we're just going to war with professional athletes. We see Skip Bayless doing this with Russell Westbrook. Skip Bayless has made an entire living trashing every accomplishment, including sending a group of kids to school that LeBron James has ever had.
Right.
Stephen A. Smith and Kevin Durant has been a thing now for like 5 years. It's like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? Where is it? What part the game is that? Is Big said and Long kiss goodnight. Like they hustle backwards.
Mm-hmm.
What are we watching? This isn't it. And it's a bad look. And it, Jim Everett said the biggest mistake I ever made was making that dude famous. But you're looking like I feel like those situations are getting inevitable again at this point.
It is. And I know as somebody who, has gotten into the game, maybe it's just me. I ain't trying to be a part of all this stuff. Like even the stuff we talk about with old boy that went and got coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say all the time, when it was just jokes, cool. Like he called me Freddie Gibbs. Like I thought it was funny. It was cool. Like we just joking back and forth. There's no need to be disrespectful to another person's craft or perfection. And that's where he crossed the line. So it was on. But even then I was like, I'm not going to do this all the time. I'm not going to do this. He does what he does. I'm going to do what I do. We're going to stand our life.
And if he's ever in Sacramento, he can go get his coffee. Anytime he's at the Golden One Center, we the Starbucks.
That's all I want. Give me a tall chocolate, white chocolate mocha. That's all I need. But even then, with all that, man, like, and I think you feel the same way. I didn't get in this to be beefing with anybody. I didn't get in this to have beefs and confrontations with athletes and different me. That's not. What is that? Who does that? Who wants to do that? Want to do any of that, man? I'm here to talk about sports the way I talk about it, not trying to disrespect anybody at any time. And if somebody does feel disrespected, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna let it be known. That's not my intention. I ain't trying to hear disrespect. If you felt that way, all right, cool. I apologize to you because I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. But these people nowadays, they're just cool with it. And not only are they cool with it, but they use it as a opportunity to try and boost their platform or boost what they do. It's like, what part of the game is this? This is trash.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's unfortunate because this latest example is led by a professional athlete who should know better. So that's really disappointing. But I'm with you in the sense I hope Draymond apologizes to Kendrick Perkins because this is far bigger than analyzing basketball, man. He crossed the line, and it's tough to once you step over that line, it's tough to step back.
I believe Kendrick Perkins. Like Kendrick, unless I don't think Kendrick will be down to talk like before. Like if he don't do nothing and it just stays the way it is, and then they see each other, I don't think Kendrick talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he is because that's absolutely don't take that lightly. And he's from a different part of the country too, where something like that. Come on, man.
And that's
you.
And that doesn't benefit anybody.
No,
that does not benefit. No. It's not good for Kendrick. It's not good for Draymond. It's not good for the culture. It's good for nothing. And it perpetuates every stereotype you can think of. And the only person who can fix this right now, sadly, is Draymond Green.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot more we could do on that, but let's just put that to rest. There's some other NBA stuff we want to talk about as well. Wild weekend for the Astros and the Yankees. I was following this story a little bit. Yankees were no hit for about 2 days. I think Stanton connected first. How many innings? It was like 16 and some change.
Poor guys.
I think they had gone without a hit.
Man, couldn't hit anything out here.
And then Stanton got a hold of one, and then it was Aaron Judge. I'm sure Maybach O was smiling somewhere. Judge got a hold of one and got the Yankees the walk-off right there.
Well,
hell of a way to turn things around.
that was great to see, but I can't lie to you, David. I can't lie to you. All I could think about was future San Francisco Giant, Aaron Judge. All right. Because they came to some kind of arbitration agreement or whatever the case may be. He's making like $19 million this year or whatever. And I think they asked him, they said, hey, Aaron, so you guys were able to reach this agreement. Is this a good sign that, maybe you guys will be able to get something done long term? And he's like, no.
Okay.
Like,
all right. I saw that. I caught that. What I missed the part is the future San Francisco Giant
needs to happen. I mean, he is I think where's he from? Lathrop or Ripon or something. Like, he's from Northern California. I don't want to misspeak. I feel like he kind of grew up as a Giants fan.
Linden.
Linden, that's where he's from. It's time to bring him home.
Who knows where Linden is?
It's on the way to Fresno, I think.
A population of 1,784.
Yeah, I think it's I could be wrong. I think it's on the way to Fresno. But yeah, it's time to bring him on. Bring him on home, because whatever's going on with that Yankee situation is not good.
Liberal use of the word home.
Well, what? He gonna go to the Fresno Grizzlies? No, he's gonna come to San Francisco.
Okay.
Even with that, man, that spawned into another situation, right? Because they need to bring him home or whatever.
And
but
the Giants need help.
Well, Andrew Baggerly, after the Giants lost 2 out of 3 to the Reds for the second time this year, just disgusting, embarrassing, to be honest with you. Andrew Baggerly, I got to dive into this. He went in on the Giants, and he went in on an organization about how cheap they're being. And they've got no flavor right now. They've got no juice. They've got no buzz in and around that ballpark. And it's because the organization is being cheap right now. So I look at somebody like Aaron Judge and him possibly being available. Giants need to do whatever they can to bring him in and get, because this is getting ridiculous. They've got no prime time players right now, and they make too much money. They charge too much money not to have any prime time players right now. So yeah, Aaron Judge, back up the Brinks truck.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back. We got to get more positive thoughts from Kenny Caraway.
I got him
on this Sacramento Kings team. So we'll do that, and we'll dive into some of the other things going on around the National Basketball Association as free agency approaches this Thursday. We'll touch on it all when Dealing with KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Jesse's got to hit that buzzer, man.
What?
Because I said it again. See, look, I said it so seamlessly, y'all didn't even notice.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let me make sure. All right. Oh, I need the timer. Hold on, everybody. Timer's needed. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew for what they do. Shout out to my man Jovan, as always. And I got to talk about this one because can I say I'm a little surprised? Maybe. Look, I'm a boxing fan, so maybe I'm not surprised in my reaction, okay? But last Friday, they had the Canelo Triple G3 press conference. And I saw some clips of it, and I want to see this fight. Now, I was never of the belief that I wasn't going to watch it. I told you guys, I'm a boxing fan. I'm going to watch all this stuff, right? How I watch it, where I watch it, that's debatable in certain situations. I think this is going to be $80. I don't know if I'm spending $80 for this one. May have to go create a fight party or something like that. But I was always going to watch the fight. But seeing those guys on stage, the stare down, the way they were, getting at each other, the way they hate each other, it is what trilogies are made of. And they had a very controversial first fight. The second fight was even controversial. Canelo should beat the brakes off of Triple G. Triple G is he's got no movement left. They talk about, my calves and my legs are, shot because of the age that I am. Triple G's even worse. Never had the legs to begin with. So it's going to be an issue for him to avoid any of Canelo's punches. He's going to get knocked out, in my opinion. But we need to see the third fight. We need to see the third fight at this point. I'm with that. I'm not asking for it, but since it's here, damn right I want to watch it. All right? We need to see this, get this trilogy done with. And they got real heat. They got real bad blood. And I can't wait to see the build up to this fight because these guys flat out don't like each other. And I can't lie. They did their job in that press conference. Got me intrigued a little bit more than I was before. So Canelo, Triple G 3 in the fall. Let's get it. Let's get it done with. Let's move on. That's the 13th round. Did you see that at all, Jesse? Yeah, they had some nice little stare downs. There's real heat there. Canelo really don't like that boy. And yeah, got me locked in. He gonna beat the brakes off of Triple G. Triple G can't move. Canelo just gonna punch him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Let me go up here and see what's going on. Wait, did it start after the 13th round started? I thought that's who it was. Oh my. By the way, real quick, did you see I saw Canelo do like a little mini interview in English the other day. He's doing his thing. Yeah, it sounds just fine. I think it's one of those things where he's not necessarily like comfortable doing it on like if Showtime was interviewing him, and to be out to millions, he's not comfortable. But I don't see why. He sounded fine. He sounds fine.
We changing things over here, boy. Changing things over here. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, live on 1320 AM. I found our radio station in my car.
What do you mean you found it?
Well, I told you the car doesn't have AM, and I was so like, how am I going to listen to the? I've been saying this for 2 years now. The KRXQ HD2. I have a HD radio in my car for the first time.
Oh,
I think it's 98.5 HD2. Like that's where I listen to ESPN 1320 now.
Did you do you hear the difference?
Nah. Like when it dawned on me, it was like, oh, this is where it is. This is what KRXQ. I'm just not used to having the HD thing. This is what KRXQ HD2 is. I have it for the first time. It was a baseball game, and so I was like, oh, I found it. Cool. Off. Yeah.
Well, no, you should have listened to
I didn't want to listen to the baseball game. I just wanted to know that, like there's days that we're apart where I don't have to go to the app to listen to Casey Kenny or Casey Champion.
That's look, I'm intrigued. We're in negotiations too. It may go down. That's a fail by them. How does that happen?
Well, wait, a fail by who?
That you don't have AM.
I don't think you. Well, if you have HD stations, what do you need AM for?
Why are we getting rid of it? What's the point of getting rid of it?
Because nobody goes to AM anymore.
That's why we go to AM.
I mean, if you ain't got an HD, well, of course you do. I'll be honest. 20. I just go to the app. Like when I'm driving, I don't even go to 1320 AM. I just go to the app. Just go to
home. Yeah. Yes, I go to the app. If I'm in the car,
if I'm in the car, I go to the app. At some point, especially if I'm driving, at some point, I'm gonna lose range for 1320 AM. At some point, just go to the app and listen to it uninterrupted.
I went all the way to where'd I go? Dublin. Remember that time I won the Giants game? I left early.
I remember.
I heard it all the way in Dublin. I just say, look,
The only people who
everything
go
that
to AM are people who listen to 1320 AM. That's what the local ratings say. So
with everything that they give you, with that thing, like with everything, like all the gadgets, all the everything, well, we just had to get rid of AM, right? That's what we had to do.
you don't need it when you've got the HD.
You're a massage during your drive.
That's completely inaccurate as far as I'm aware of. I don't know if that's a
You're not holding the steering wheel. You're not pressing the gears. Nothing. You're just sitting there getting a massage as the car's just moving along. That's what we can do in this car, but we can't listen to AM radio.
Well, you can listen to 1320 AM on 98.5 FM. I was so excited about discovering that, and now you're crapping on it. I can't believe this.
I can't believe they took that option away.
I'm pretty sure that they did. Like, I cannot find a switch to AM anywhere.
Might be a deal breaker.
Okay. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say, a deal breaker. You can literally listen to the radio station on your car right there. Just saying.
So do we need to go back to saying 98? What did you say? 98.5?
I think it's 98.5. Yeah.
KRXQ HD.
KRXQ HD2. So it's 98 Rock and ESPN 98.5. I don't know why we don't push that more. It's an FM station. How many cars don't have HD? Like, I just figured out what this was like last night. This literally just happened last night.
I think you're the only one that doesn't have AM because we're not even on that plane. You're on a different plane. So I think you're the only one. The rest of us are just
have AM?
Huh?
Did your race car have AM when you had the race car? Did they have AM radio in it?
I don't remember.
I was so excited to discover this last night because it's like this is just the best. I finally found the radio station in the car.
How did you find it?
It just because I pulled up, I was gonna look for the AM, like I was going to search all over for it, and then as I clicked the button to go to the radio, I saw I was like, why are there two? Oh, it says HD2. Oh, this is it. So what's KRXQ? That's 98 Rock. Let's go to 98 Rock. Let's go to the one right below it. Boom, baseball game. Found it. Off.
No, jeez.
I don't know what this is. I don't need to listen to it. This ain't D-Lo and KC, so I'm gonna turn this off.
Was that Braves Dodgers? I think it was.
All I heard was it's 3-2 count, and I was like, off. I'm good. I found what I was looking for. And now I may leave. Good to go.
By the way, while we have a second, before I get to positivity, you guys please stop challenging each other to fights in the chat.
Wait a minute, who's doing that? Who's trying to throw hands in the chat?
People try to throw hands in the chat.
What is going on today? No fighting in the chat. What no, don't do that.
Yeah, they want to fight. I don't know why, but
I don't know why y'all out here fighting. We ain't got to fight.
I'm trying to I know you're going to say the name. I'm not going to find it. I already put it on the screen. I'll just read it. But it says, I'll bet this, you aren't what you think you are. If you ever blank up, let's meet on the mat or in the ring. I am game as blank.
Oh man, let's stop. Like, come on, man, let's stop. Is this what happens when the 13th round comes on? We're trying to have Kings positivity here, and I leave to go get some green juice. Y'all in here fighting, and I'm not even surprised by who it is now that I saw the name. Not even remotely surprised. Let's all fall back. It's all love.
Relax, man. It's all good, man. They told me one time I was at some establishment one time. And I was like, hey, can you turn on the boxing match? And they said that, because you said this is what happens during the 13th round. They said, yeah, we're not allowed to turn on boxing matches because people start getting in fights.
Testosterone gets a little too.
Like, who the hell is fighting over the boxing match?
And it's just a reminder to shout out Miss P and Mrs. MacTan and Jill and Allison. And the women who frequent this chat and put up with this nonsense.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
We appreciate
Thank you. Thank you, Miss P, Pelicans fan, Miss P.
Oh, I saw that. Man, crazy. It's crazy. Miss P's done turned heel on the Sacramento Kings. Who would have thought it? All the way out in Washington, D.C., wearing the New Orleans Pelicans workout tee. All right, hit us with some more positivity. We got the chat house challenging each other to a fight. We had the Draymond Green conversation. We had the discovery of HD2 radio, and now we need some positivity.
So let's see. I'll go back to Keegan Murray the next time I give you guys a positive note. Let's go back to the Kings just in general. And one of the reasons why I thought they struggled a lot last year and they fell apart the way they did is because there was no leadership. There's no structure. We've heard De'Aaron Fox talk about structure. De'Aaron Fox got, some would say, disengaged when he was like, oh my gosh, this is just a train wreck. And he talked about, I would need structure. I work well in structure. And they have a coach in Mike Brown who I think is Mr. Structure. Right? I think he'll finally bring that type of structure and organization to this team and to this locker room. And when you have a guy like De'Aaron Fox saying, I work best with that, I don't think that can be discounted. I think having a guy like Mike Brown in there that is going to bring just some consistency to what they do there. We asked earlier, how many wins is that worth? I don't want to put a number on it, but I think that matters a lot. I think that matters a lot, especially what we saw last year. Last year just looked like a mess, like a complete mess. And they didn't have the structure or the leadership to be able to withstand losing a 15-point lead in Oklahoma City on the road. They fell apart after that. And I think Mike Brown is going to have them in a situation and have them ready where they're not going to have to deal with those type of breakdowns after losses. Like, I think they'll be able to be mentally tough enough and confident in each other to be able to bounce back from those things. And I'm putting a lot on Mike Brown. I understand that. But I do think the aspect of having him here is going to help this team out a lot. I really do.
Interesting. I agree completely. And I'm expecting a lot from this team because of Mike Brown. And I think everything that you just said speaks to, again, the importance of this team getting off to a good start. Mm-hmm. The importance of this team not feeling the weight of an 82-game season on their shoulders 4 games into the season. 0-4 or 1-5 or something along those lines. Like, they desperately need, in my opinion, to get off to a good start and build momentum in a positive way rather than constantly fighting from underneath and looking at a team where it's like, okay, they're 0-5. Oh, great. They battled back. They won 3 straight. You know, they're a game under 500 and then they lose 2. And then we fall into that cycle that we see so regularly with this team. We see it in the beginning of seasons. We see it in the middle of the seasons. We see it at the end of seasons.
Right.
Get off to a good start and you may be able to kind of push those demons out because there's enough here. I know Monty's got a lot of work to do, and that's something we're going to be talking about all this week. But I think there's enough here to where if you are De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis or you're Mike Brown, I think there's enough positive to where if you get off to a good start, you can build on that. Mm-hmm. And you can shake those demons of the past just by that. And I don't. Winning basketball games is hard, but that one simple thing of come out strong. And I think that changes the trajectory of this team so much if they're able to do that. Because if they do, I think the fan base gets behind them a little bit more, maybe exhales a little bit, maybe is able to enjoy the games a little bit more rather than getting off to a 1-4 start or a 1-5 start, and everybody, including De'Aaron Fox, and if he's Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, thinking, here we go again.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole fan base is going to be thinking, here we go again. We're going to start having mock drafts, a week and a half into the season if it starts poorly. And those are the things that I expect not to happen with Mike Brown.
I only laugh because I debated on putting this as a positive or not, but I decided not to. But one of the things that was a borderline positive for me is like, damn, that 2023 class looked loaded. So don't worry, that 2023 class looking crazy. But ultimately, that's not a positive for me. I need wins, baby. I need the points. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what does that do for Domantas Sabonis if if the Kings are in contention for one of those players?
It means he's going to be on a new team.
It's almost certainly, that almost is certainly what it means.
But I do. I think that Mike Brown can help keep these guys on track. It was just so much, and this is one of the things that like we kind of talked about last night on Sports Sunday. Shout out to Sarah Hodges at CBS 13. That's why I think they really need to figure out what they're doing with Harrison and Rashawn, like now. Like, don't bring that into the season. And I said it last night. I said it before. You said it. I don't believe that Harrison and Rashawn will have the same energy that Buddy and Bagley had last season. That's just not in their DNA, in my opinion. I don't think you have to worry about that. But I still don't think you want that lingering over the locker room. I would want them to say, hey, guys, we want you to be a part of this, and we're going to work with you as if you're a part of us moving forward, or find a deal this summer to kind of move on from them and improve your roster the best way you can. Don't have it lingering out there like, well, they're here and we're just going to see how things go. Because I just don't think that it's not good enough vibes for me, man.
It's less about their energy and more about their long-term future. Like it becomes more difficult. And James has outlined this on a couple of occasions. By the way, I saw a couple of people ask, no, James isn't on today. He's actually getting a day off. James busted his ass really for the last month. But when you look over the last week, the multiple press conferences, the multiple appearances on the show, like James is just he's off today. He'll be back with us later in the week. But he talks about like the conundrum with Harrison Barnes. Like, what if you are in a good position in February?
Mm-hmm.
You get into that situation, which aggravates Kings fans so much, and that you've put yourself. You're going to risk trading him in a deal that has to be perfect for you because you need to replace his production,
right? Or
you keep him till the end of the season. You keep him here till the end of the season, and then you lose him in the offseason for nothing.
Yeah.
And it's a question that if things and that's actually a positive. If things break in a positive way for the Kings to where that's an actual concern in February, like that's the good news. But the bad news is there's going to be complaints of asset mismanagement again.
Exactly. And it's just, I don't know, man. I just think that's maybe that's a small detail that isn't that much of an issue, just because like I said, I don't think they're going to bring the same energy as those guys. So you wait it out. Like if you don't get any good deals in the summer, you wait it out and you deal with it when it comes up in the off season. But I really want them to go into this training camp and go into the season with winning being the only thing. That's it. Not anybody's contract, not if somebody's on the trade block, not what their future is with the team. I want everybody to have a singular focus of winning being the most important thing. And I just think that I guess this is more so an issue with Harrison than it is Rashawn, because he's not coming up at the end of his contract. But Rashawn would still be thinking like, well, do they look at me as expendable? Are they trying to move me? Am I going to play? Like, just kind of try your best to figure out what you want to do this offseason and go in that direction.
Mm-hmm. And that's such an interesting conversation in and of itself, because we lump Harrison and Rashawn together,
Mhm.
but they're in two very different places. And so I think you make a great point. Unless there's something going on behind the scenes with Rashawn Holmes, and there's absolutely no indication that there is, I don't think there's a big rush to get him out of here. Like, why can't he play backup center? Like, why can't he be Davion's, main go-to guy with that second unit? Why can't he have an impact on this team in a slightly different role than he had before? I know, he wasn't able to do it last year. He wasn't able to find his groove last year. And Domantas Sabonis is certainly a part of that. I think there's a million reasons why he wasn't able to find his groove last year. And I would put the Domantas Sabonis deal probably lower on that list. I'd put a couple of freak injuries, scratched eyeballs, and personal issues ahead of that stuff. He just, and we talked about it as it was happening. Man, this season is shaping out really bad for Rashawn, to the point where we got to that final scratched eye, and it was like, Jesus, he's got the season from hell here.
Right.
And I'm not out on Rashawn, and barring conversations that we're not privy to, I don't think there should be a rush to do something with Rashawn. Harrison is a completely different situation for, the reasons we've already outlined. But we lump those two together, but I don't think they need to be.
So the other side to that is, well, if there's no rush or you're not doing anything with those guys, and I agree with the reasons why you wouldn't, well, where are we getting better at?
No. I was speaking only of Rashawn, not of Harrison. Like, if there's a deal that makes the Kings better that involves Rashawn Holmes, yeah, like, cool, like, go ahead and execute it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think there's any urgency around Rashawn because of one, because I still think there's a bit of a question mark with what he can do for this version of the team, and two, the status of his contract. With Harrison, I think there is a bit of urgency there because of the risk of starting the season with him and everything going really well, and then you having to make that decision in February. Again, that's a good situation for the Kings to be in, but it also means you make the decision to keep him. He almost certainly leaves at the end of the year, or you make the decision to get rid of him. And what does that do for your team the final 7 or 8 weeks of the season, or whatever it may be?
Yeah.
So I don't think they're the same. I think you could get better, and I'm open to any deal that makes for Rashawn Holmes that makes the Kings better. I just don't think you have to force anything with Harrison, especially before the season starts. Like right now, I think you have to think pretty long and hard about it, even if it's, to use the old Monty word, even if the value isn't what you want it to be, you've got to think about the predicaments you could be in February.
Yeah. And so here's the thing with Monte McNair. I mean, how aggressive is he going to be? And I know there's others, and our guy Deuce, like when I call him passive, but I don't think you would label him as aggressive, right? So I want to know what his philosophy is going to be with looking at some of these trades. You know what I mean? Is it a situation where I just don't know. I want to see what he's looking at for Harrison Barnes and what a fair trade looks like in his opinion.
We'll run this. We'll run this clip back, and I'll play the role of Deuce Mason here today if I have to.
Yeah, for us, I think we're gonna we'll take this week to kind of reassess, prepare for July. I think adding Keegan, somebody who he just said can play multiple positions, really helps us as we build it out. But as always, yeah, we're going to be aggressive, see what we can do to continue to add to this team. Get with Coach Brown and continue to build, our alignment with him on what he feels he needs. But we feel we're in a good spot to add in July, whether it's free agency or trade.
Okay, I just want to check something really quick.
Yeah, I think a little bit of what Keegan said his freshman year, where
I honestly just wanted to see if he cleared his throat. in the first like 5 seconds because I feel like he does that a lot, and I'm like, wait a minute, is he tipping his hand? Is that the new no? The throw clear? Obviously in the real clip I played, the full clip I played, saying the right things, talking about being aggressive, knowing that the roster needs improvement and different things like that. Thinking they're in a good position. Okay, you could read into that a little bit in saying that he believes he has attractive assets. He believes he has stuff that will contracts that will fulfill, salary requirements in any trade. Like there's a lot that you can make out of free agency. They got the full mid-level, of course. I think everybody does, but again, I'll play the role of Deuce Mason here, and he talked about it on Friday, and he really let Leezy have it in their Saturday podcast. But
what did he say to Leezy?
Well, no, he just said, well, Deuce brought up the fact that Deuce brought up the fact that we discussed this on Friday, and he discussed it here on this show. He's like, well, what exactly is passive for Monte McNair? Like, he's tried to make deals, and the deals that he's tried to make are pretty big. Everybody complains about him losing Bogey for nothing. Well, that wasn't the plan. Like, it's not like he went in there going, oh, we're just going to lose Bogey for nothing. He tried to execute something, and that was messed up by the Milwaukee Bucks. He tried to execute a deal that we think would have been, I don't know if it would have changed a lot of things last year. Bringing Kyle Kuzma in and getting Buddy Hield out before the season even started. That would have changed a lot of things. What would that have meant for Davion Mitchell there in that pick? Like, who knows? Maybe the pick would have been exactly the same. I assume that it would have been, because you would have been one guard less. It might have made more sense last year than it appeared to make at the beginning. I feel like I think the biggest knock, and correct me if I'm wrong, for Monty, is that it took so long to make the second deal. Like, once things fell apart with Buddy in that, it wasn't like, okay, what's next? It was like, and this is my opinion on it, well, I just had arguably the perfect deal. I've got to find something close to that. And it didn't exist because there was no trade partner as desperate as the Lakers were last year.
The three things. I
still think Buddy Hield would have changed their entire season.
The three things. Well, he might have changed their entire season. It might have been 2 games better. That's a change their entire season.
Well, it's amazing that one team thinks getting rid of Buddy would have changed their whole season, and another team thinks that acquiring Buddy would have changed their whole season.
Yeah, I'll explain where the idea of passiveness with Monty comes from.
Okay.
I'll explain it a little bit, where it possibly could come from.
Okay, and more positive takes on the Sacramento Kings. Plus, we got to dive into this other NBA stuff. There's speculation all over the place surrounding the Brooklyn Nets, the Utah Jazz. There's lots of good stuff out there, and we'll jump into all of it when dealing with KC. Return here on ESPN 1320.
There you go. We'll be right back. There is nobody in sports more consistently pissed off than goalies in soccer. They're always mad and yelling. All they do is yell at their teammates. I'll be right back.
Okay. The Lakers, they did the Russell Westbrook thing at the last second. That's what it was. That was an entertaining podcast, Deucey, though. That was great stuff. Great stuff. And I popped when he went at Leezy. It made me laugh because Leezy was just going to respond in total happiness. Whew. I'm just so sad. So sad they couldn't make it work. Cheers, my friend. Cheers. I gotta be honest. I didn't watch Forbidden Door yesterday. And there's the question. I didn't watch for Forbidden Door. I felt like I had missed too much of Dynamite and Rampage, and I don't know if that's because I was focused on the Kings. I was focused on these draft picks. Like I feel like I'm probably a month behind on shows. Like I just kind of periodically saw stuff. So I didn't know all of the stories. And the one thing that I saw in its entirety was when Bryan Danielson said he couldn't be there. So it was like, so Brian's not wrestling. And then I had started to see the rumors about, Cesaro, Claudio showing up. I was like, that would be cool. I was getting texts during the show. This is a really good show. You got to buy it. And I just didn't. And apparently that was a massive error on my part, but I don't like going into pay-per-views, not knowing the stories. And I didn't know the stories, man. I was just out. I'm hoping to get reconnected, starting Wednesday. I'm hoping to get locked back in. Yeah, man, he did. He got the banana in the tailpipe twice. You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe? Yeah, I mean, everything I've heard is that it was just phenomenal. Oh, I see. Well, I feel like every time I would because I would read about it, and I felt like I was reading a lot about, guys showing up and coming over. And, I think there was also like a little bit of disappointment, at least from me. Like it's tough that Kenny Omega wasn't a part of this. Like he was kind of the centerpiece in this whole thing, or at least in terms of it getting it together. So the fact that he couldn't be there was tough. And then losing Brian at the very end was tough. I did not know that John Cena's back tonight. I don't know. I might poke in. I might check it out, pull it up, watch it live. Would you want John Collins still? I don't think so, man. I don't think so because I guess I don't see Keegan at the 3. I know people have said it. I think he even said it, and Monte kind of co-signed that. Obviously, they know better than I do, but that's not my favorite acquisition right now. And I still have. I don't know. There's something about John Collins that just makes me uneasy. I don't know what it is. I honest to goodness don't know what it is. It just makes me a little easy. Yeah, I mean that's a good point, King Voss. Like, by the way, King Voss, I think you ordered something recently. I noticed that it was being shipped to a King Voss. I meant to tell you that last week, man. Appreciate that. Head over to DeLoandCasey.com, man. Appreciate that, King Voss. Thank you. That's the money we get from DeLoandCasey.com is what we use to pay Deuce and Mo to appear on the show.
Yeah. That's why we haven't had them on much because you guys aren't buying.
Yeah, it's how it works. God, if we ever got them to work at ESPN, how many shirts would we have to sell for that to happen? Chatty House sweatshirt, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But King Voss, back to like the original point is like, yeah, the team needs talent. So if that's where you acquire it, then okay. Oh man, yeah, like
just
a
angry.
lot of them. Yeah, a lot of them.
Time.
No, Dawn really. I don't want to say really well. Yeah.
We're back at it. Me and Jesse just talking about how angry goalies in soccer always are. Like they're always mad. Okay. All they do is yell at their teammates all game long.
There's a lot of people that I wouldn't want to be yelled at by, and I think a goalie is one of them.
Why? Because
it's like, hey man, you're just sitting back here. Why don't you come run around a little bit? Why don't you come up here? And of course, that's got to be. And I'm not a soccer player at all, and don't mean to frame myself as a soccer aficionado. That has to be one of the most difficult positions to play.
Well, Jesse agrees with our assessment. Like he can't stand goalies. All they do is just yell.
Okay.
He just says all they do is you do one thing and you're yelling at me because you couldn't do your one thing and you weren't good enough to do anything else.
Jeez, that feels a little bit harsh, but you guys are the soccer guys.
Yeah. The goalie that doesn't yell at anybody is my boy with the Republic. Oh, what a win on Saturday night. Oh boy, that boy Foster with 2 goals in about 5 minutes. Let's go.
So
Republic out here doing work.
I'm just going to say this publicly because I feel like things will come up if we don't. We need to be at the
Oh,
we need to be at that game. Like,
oh,
we
yeah,
need to be there.
I mean, it's a vibe if we're there. It's already going to be a vibe, but it's going to go next level.
Yeah, I think we need to be there.
Yeah,
So,
straight up.
I'm putting it out there publicly. Hold us accountable. Make sure that we're at the field. Connor, if you're listening,
shout out.
Mark us down. We're going. Nothing is going to come between us and our republic.
Shout out, Connor. Let's go, baby.
I
got another positive.
Huh?
I said I got another positive.
I was going to say, hit us with another dose of positivity.
Before we do that, though, I did say there were 3 things.
Yeah.
As to why I think there's some people like myself who feel like Monte McNair is passive. And the 3 is, number 1, doing nothing after the bogey situation went down. So it happened. Like somebody screwed you, and messed up your deal or whatever the case may be. And you just kind of let it go by the wayside. That's a frustration to some people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a frustration.
Buddy. Play through it. Come on, man. It's getting close to Roddy time. You got to play through it for the radio audience, man. Let's go. Apologies to those on 1320 AM and the Odyssey app.
So
I got to teach my partner to maintain his composure.
Man, oh man, they was talking about that this morning. I was like, woo, makes sense. But so the bogey trade doesn't go through by no fault of your own. But like that was just it. Like you weren't able to pivot at all. I know there's, Atlanta offered some kind of pick or some kind of compensation, and there's reasons behind that of why you didn't do it. But all right, you didn't do it. That by itself, you can't put that on them. The Buddy Kyle Kuzma trade doesn't go through. Once again, just doesn't go through. I got used and played and leverage again. So, nothing really happens. You go through this whole thing with Luke Walton. If you really believed he was the coach, should have got more than 19 games.
Yeah, that's an absolute failure. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's an absolute failure.
So you got that, and then when you saw the whole thing was just falling apart, it was absolutely falling apart. Once again, don't know. I will be the first to say and be fair to Monte McNair in this situation. Don't know everything that was on the table months leading up before the trade deadline. But I do believe that if you would have offered Tyrese Halliburton to Indiana for Domantas Sabonis in mid to late December, you could have got the deal done then, as opposed to mid-February. But we all saw what was going on. There was no turning around this team.
He might not have been able to, though. Like that Tyrese Halliburton.
I acknowledge that. Maybe not.
May not have been available.
Maybe not. But we saw even more than that.
Maybe Monty wasn't sure. Like maybe even Monty wasn't sure that he wanted to move on from Sabonis. Maybe he needed to see. I'm sorry, not Sabonis. Halliburton. Maybe he unfortunately needed to see things fall apart for him to. I know it's frustrating, but I'm just
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. That's just like I'm just sitting there like, oh man, we all knew what time it was when you had to fire Luke Walton.
Yeah,
we were saying before Luke Walton got fired, I was like, yo, this roster is just they're dead. They're DOA.
Mm-hmm.
Like you gotta move on from some things. So, like I said, some people might say that's not fair at all. I'm just saying. These are the things that make people say, like, just it's a little past. Like, I want to see you be aggressive from the onset at some point. Takes 2 to tango. I know. I get it. I understand that. I'm not disputing that. So maybe nobody wants to make a deal with them.
Maybe. Hopefully not.
Hopefully,
hopefully not this year. Hopefully there are plenty of teams that want to make a deal for the likes of, I don't know, Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, Alex Lynn. Can I give you a positive? Can I give you something that like? It's a current roster positive.
Okay.
And I think I like teased this 3 hours ago because Wilsey like brought it up in the chat, and I just kind of like left it lingering out there. So hopefully everyone stuck around for the entire 3 hours for the payoff of this big moment. There is a player that I'm going to stop short of I'm excited to see, but like I'm really, really curious to watch with this group this year. And it's our man, Future Davis.
Hey.
Terence Davis. Like we talked, you know, as the final few weeks just continued to disintegrate and fall apart. It was just nonstop talk of needing shooters and guys who could hit the three, and you could space the floor with Domantas Sabonis and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, we got a guy who could potentially do that on our roster in Terence Davis. And not only did we not get to see him with Domantas Sabonis here, perhaps equally as important or more importantly, we didn't get to see him with Buddy Hield not here. And there were plenty of times where we pointed out the difference in Terence Davis's game and how it was often dictated by what Buddy was doing on the floor at that time. And this isn't trying to crap on Buddy Hield. This is just talking about the often dominance that he had in terms of the volume of shots that he would take.
Right.
And that took away from Terence Davis on a number of occasions. And I think a smarter, more focused team that's better coached. And Terence Davis, I feel like if Terence Davis was like a Milwaukee Buck, we would be talking about, you know, who would be good for the Kings? A guy like Terence Davis. Like, he'd make a lot of sense for this team.
Right.
He's on this squad. He's here. He's under contract. Yo, why not see how it works out with again with guys like Buddy gone and Domantas Sabonis here.
I agree. I really do. I would love to see Terence Davis with this group, just play in general, but especially with this group, right? With the Aaron Fox, with Domantas Sabonis, and now with a guy like Mike Brown. We talked about how the attention to detail and the attention to defense is something that Mike Brown's going to bring to this team. A guy like Terence Davis, I'd love to see what he could do with him on a defensive end. Like, because I think Terence Davis is a willing defender. I think he gets after it on the defensive end. So somebody like that with Mike Brown and setting up a defensive game plan and putting people in defensive roles, I think he could benefit on the defensive end from having Coach Brown here. I also feel offensively, he's just a bucket. This guy knows how to score. He can score on all three levels. He attacks the basket. He can shoot the three ball. You know, he has enough wiggle in his game where he can create his own shot from time to time. Is he the difference between the Kings and being a championship contender? Absolutely not. Not saying that. But a player like Terence Davis can absolutely help the fortunes of this team moving forward and what they're trying to do. So
Giannis Antetokounmpo is the difference between the Kings being a championship contender and not Terence Davis. And I'm pretty sure Giannis is like the only one. Like there aren't very many others. Maybe there's one or two others, but there aren't very many.
Yeah.
But I think Terence Davis can be helpful for this squad.
Yes. And I want to see what he's looking like out there. We may go out there, we may see him play a lot of minutes and get these opportunities and nothing come of it. That could happen. But I just want to know that that's what it is before I just discard Terence Davis. I want to see it because I think there's a possibility that it could be a little something out there.
So I've got to ask a question on that. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2.
There we go.
An Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. That's 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. If you don't have HD2, you'll just be tuning into that damn show on 98 Rock. By the way, for those just tuning in, no James Ham today. James Ham getting a much deserved day off, hoping to have him back later in the week. But I say he's taking a day off. He's not. He's writing, and you don't have to go any further than the Kings beat to see that. He wrote an article on 10 free agent guards, 10 free agent guard options for the Sacramento Kings that went up earlier today. So shout out to James Ham if he's listening, because he's almost certainly not resting. Sticking with the theme of Terence Davis, he a starter?
Potentially.
Let's operate under this assumption. Dante's back. We'll leave all the other roster things out, but Dante's back. Obviously, Davion's here. Terence Davis is here. Is Terence Davis the starting two?
Potentially. Absolutely. I could see him being the starting two guard and filling that role. It just depends on what Mike Brown wants to do with that roster and with the rotations. Maybe he looks at it as a situation where I think I could do so much defensively and hounding guys with Davion and Dante coming off the bench, and he decides to go that way.
But you add another defensive I don't know what word I'm looking for. Well, so I'll just dumb it down. You add another defensive guy to your starting lineup if you go with Dante over Terence Davis. But obviously the concern is that the concern in that perhaps is the shooting, where we've here, Keegan Murray, 40, I think it was like close enough to 40% last year to say he's a 40% shooter. The struggles that De'Aaron Fox often has from behind the arc, though I'm of the belief, he could dominate, hashtag mid-range city if he wanted to. Harrison, a little bit, but do you go with, De'Aaron and Dante, a non-shooting starting backcourt?
I also
increase your work on defense.
I'll say this as well. And it's going to be an interesting offseason for Dante DiVincenzo because he's going to get an opportunity to work on his game for the first time in a year. We talk about that. Not saying, I always got to preference this because people be jumping out the window. Not saying he is this guy, but that's what we talk about with Klay Thompson, right? We're like, oh, Klay Thompson is going to have an opportunity to just work on his game as opposed to rehabbing this offseason. And that's why, he may be better this year than he was last year. Dante DiVincenzo was coming off foot surgery, I think, this past offseason, and never really had an opportunity to work on his game. So if he's healthy and ready to go, he's going to have an opportunity this offseason to work on his shot and work the different elements of his game. I clearly think Terence Davis I have more confidence in being a better shooter than Dante DiVincenzo. But Dante is an all right shooter. He's an all right shooter. So I'm not sure if you're sacrificing shooting that much, if at all, by having Dante in the starting lineup.
That's a great point that I unfairly didn't bring up. It's such a big difference having an off season to train versus having an off season to rehab. It's massive to be able to it's why I feel the way I do about Klay Thompson. It's why I feel that we'll see a significantly better version of Klay Thompson this upcoming season than we did this season, because he's going to have an entire offseason to work on his game, to kind of get back to where he was, to get more comfortable, rather than doing all of that stuff during the season and then try to hit the ground running, with your team. That's essentially what happened with Dante DiVincenzo. He kind of had to hit the ground running with his team. And then of course he gets traded here and has to hit the ground running with Sacramento. And it's a fabulous point that you point out. And it's one of the big pluses too, also, I think, to Terence Davis being healthy now is he can focus on his game. He can focus on getting better this offseason. He can focus on working with De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis or Keegan Murray while these guys are all around Sacramento.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, can I address them? Because I got some more positives. I got a lot more positives. But I talked about this earlier, and I said this needs to be addressed. This needs to be talked about, because once again, your man KC strikes again.
Oh.
So let's just go over some things real quick.
Okay. AC strikes again.
Fred Katz, a couple days ago, talking about the Knicks and what's going on, said, for what it's worth, dealing Cam Reddish without bringing back any salary will get the Knicks about $22 million under the cap. That's a legit starting salary for Jalen Brunson. But I'm not sure whether or not it's a winning one, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The guy, gee whiz. Kings, go trade all those second rounders for Reddish, please.
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that?
There it is. I was waiting for that sound to come back, and it has finally come back. I love it.
A report earlier, I think this was out of The Athletic, talking about the Knicks potentially waiving Taj Gibson, trying to get under the cap and do some stuff. They also said, it's also worth noting Cam Reddish, who's owed nearly $6 million next season, could be on the move this summer to create more cap space. When the Knicks tried to trade for Pistons guard Jaden Ivey on draft night, Reddish was part of the proposal, league sources tell Hoop Hype. Our guy Tim Maxwell, the baby giraffe. If Reddish is still available from the Knicks, he could solve the backup wing problem, and he could start if/when the Kings trade Barnes.
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that?
I tried to tell y'all a long time ago, take a chance on Cam Reddish. Go get that man if you can, Monty. The price is really cheap. Go make a move for him. People talked about me crazy. It was jokes. It was a running joke for I don't know how long.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. Like, don't do that.
It was a running joke for I don't know how long. Now all of a sudden everybody's on the, hey, I'd take a flyer on Cam. Second rounders, give them all for Cam. Now everybody on that wave, huh?
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that?
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
I love when you pat yourself on the back. One of my favorite parts of this show.
Hey, man, I told you already, man. Remember last summer I told you guys about Kyle Kuzma coming here. I told you, I said, yo, the only deal I really see is a Kyle Kuzma deal. Next thing I know, he out here in the trade proposal for Buddy Hield. Told y'all months ago about Cam Reddish.
Okay, well, why don't you try something with Giannis or Kevin Durant? Like, why don't you try one of those? You working on all this nickel and dime stuff. Try to land us something here of meaning. You're going to talk something into existence. Talk Giannis Antetokounmpo trade into existence.
Look, man, matter of fact, I don't even want Cam Reddish here no more because now y'all want him. I don't even want him there no more, man.
You're lying.
I don't even want him. You don't want him now. Now I already tried to get in. I don't even want him here.
Lie to us. Don't lie to us. You lying.
Cam Reddish is exactly the type of guy the Kings need to take a flyer on.
That's what I mean.
Take a flyer on. Will he be good? I don't know.
Where did that term come from? Take a flyer. What the hell does that mean? Does that literally mean you take the flyer out of the person's hands and look at it? What does that mean?
Somebody's handing out a flyer. I'll take a flyer on this guy. Take a flyer. I'll take a flyer and look at him and see what's going on.
One of the dumbest sportsisms. Take a flyer. You ever been to Vegas? You take those flyers.
Don't take those.
They slap those things together like, hey, here. Like, man, leave me alone.
Yo, those flyers is crazy. Those flyers is crazy.
Kenny out here talking about taking flyers. Jesus, man.
Oh, man. Hey, Lee not lying out here. So Casey working harder than Monty, low key. Well,
we don't know that. We don't know that. Leave Monty alone. We don't know that.
Yeah, Monty's my boy too. Y'all know Monty's my boy. Monte McNair. That's my guy. And also G Wiz and Tim Maxwell, my boys too. I just found it funny. Everybody now interested in Cam Reddish. People was telling me I was crazy, bro.
Okay.
Take it for real. I'd make a move on Cam Reddish. Like if he were to get Cam Reddish for some second rounders, that would eliminate all frustrations I have for not taking a flyer on Jaden Hardy. Mm-hmm. That would just essentially be like taking Jaden Hardy.
I just want someone to yearn for me the way you do Cam Reddish. That's what I want. I want someone to eternally pursue me the way that you have pursued Cam Reddish over the last 2 years.
Hey, man, now I'm not alone, apparently. Now I'm not alone.
You have pursued him in such a way it has. Good Lord.
What?
Am I reading?
What?
This is the problem with alerts. Alerts are supposed to be informative, but every once in a while, one comes across that just causes you to stare at it. Adrian Peterson and Le'Veon Bell have signed contracts for a heavyweight boxing exhibition on July 30th at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles.
Damn. I can tell you it won't be live for that.
My
That's
bad.
gonna be an ugly fight.
Notifications off.
It's gonna be an ugly fight. Nobody wants to see that. Come on. What are they doing? But you know what? Jay Stahl, he asked the questions that we need to be asking. And, you know, I'm very curious. Why do they all slap the little cards like that?
No, I don't know. Is it to get your attention? Is it to make noise? I don't know what it is. Make you think it's important? I don't know. I told you, dude, I don't like Vegas, and that's one of the many reasons why. I'm trying to walk from one room to the other. Stop throwing porn at me. I'm not here for that. I don't need this. Leave me alone. I hate that city, dude. You're trying to drag me there.
The new scam out there is the ladies that take the pictures. They're like, oh, you want to take a picture with me? Sure. Scantily dressed woman. Take the picture. Yeah, that'll be $50. What? You didn't even tell me that.
I tell you, this time I went to Vegas for one of the awards. I don't remember what show it was. It had just gotten there. I hadn't been to Vegas a lot, like maybe once, right? Twice. This is my first time going in radio. So I'm walking. The dude I was doing the show with was with me. We're coming down the escalator. We had just gotten to the hotel, and this girl comes up to me, and she is like talkative and super flirty, right? And I thought, yo, like we walked away, like, yo, I'm what you know? Like, you idiot, that's a prostitute. Like, look, she's talking to the old dude right there. Like, she literally just left you and went to the old man at the table. Like, this ain't about you, dummy. I was like, man, screw this place. I think I hated Vegas ever since. I think that's what it really boils down to. Is I thought my game was on point. I thought I was looking nice. I thought I was riding, and realized, nah, she wasn't hitting on me. She was a prostitute. That's why I hate that city, dude. That's why you can't try.
Oh, man. Yeah, Vegas it's a wild place. But we will be there for the Terrence Crawford Errol Spence fight. We're gonna be in Vegas.
All right, whatever you say. Why aren't we going for Summer League?
Huh.
You know what's the funny? Like, we always talk, how come they're not sending us? Dude, let's just pack these cheap ass Comrexes that don't work, the laptop, and head to Summer League. We'll just do the show live we'll do the show right there from the concourse of the Thomas and Mack. We'll come back. More Kings positives on the way. We'll look around the rest of the league. Some news involving John Wall, the Knicks and the Mavericks, the Los Angeles Lakers, and of course, the Brooklyn Nets. All coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just said running backs not getting paid, so now they got a celebrity bot.
Now they got a fight. Oh man, I haven't asked. That's actually I don't know. James might be going. We haven't talked to him about it. We have not talked to him about it.
Just letting you guys know. Unfortunately, as soon as this show's over, there will be no post show. I got to get to the other side of Elk Grove in about 17 minutes.
Roll out early if you need to.
No. It's good. It's good.
Oh man, yep, he sure is. He was out there on Saturday doing work. Shout out to the Black Youth Leadership Project, by the way. I had a blast at their event on Friday. I ran into Coach JT, by the way.
Oh, word?
Yeah, his if I remember, I hope I don't say this wrong. His girl owns the place we were at, the Our Place.
Our Place joint. Yeah.
That's where the event was at.
Okay.
Yeah, I ran into him right there towards the end of the night.
Our Space, they have Ben's number.
Yeah, I think they're working on another one of those cigar events. Like I want to.
I don't know what I can and can't say. I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble with that. I'm just saying they have Ben's number.
Yeah. Let's get things done.
Yeah,
I need a cigar class because I bought some cigars for one of, I think, the last get together we had. We never broke them out, but they weren't very good. I mean, they're strong. They're not my favorite. Like I think some people will like them. They're just really strong.
Yeah.
I need something a little more calm. I need something a little more chill.
All right, Chris. What's up, big dog? Oh, yeah, this is Chris down in Oxnard. Well, all right, man. That's what's up.
Oh, right on, man. Good stuff.
Oxnard.
Appreciate you. Thanks for listening.
Stephen Brown, what you talking about, big dog? It's about to pop off. And what's it called? Sky River Casino or something? I don't know. But it's about to be lit. The crazy thing is I'm so excited for that casino, and I don't really gamble like that. It's the restaurants, I think, that I'm looking forward to. They'll probably have a steakhouse there.
Steakhouse. Violon and a cigar. Yes, indeed. Cigar social. I'm down.
At Our Place.
Our Place. Coach JT. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
That dude Ramsey be driving everywhere.
Is he passing Marie's? Drove past it yesterday. He just in the car freestyling to beats. Ramsey the God.
Pissed you off?
And he hit the post show with unforeseen circumstances. I see it.
Hold on. Jesse's still upset about goalies. It's hot. I think, and you guys won't be able to hear Jesse, but Jesse, you were a defenseman, so you were the last line. So they were probably always yelling at you first, right? Yeah, that's what happened. Jesse's pissed. Jesse's pissed.
You just have to tell me when he's not talking because I can't.
He's nice.
Okay. Because I was we're about probably a month and a half to 2 months away from the entire world finally getting to hear and see Jesse. As I think the move to the studio is realistically in our future, based on some conversations.
Forward to it.
Yeah, based on some conversations I had. There's also some D'Lo and KC moves in the future that we're really excited about, that we've talked about a number of times on the stream. That will take to the radio here over the course of the next month, man. But we're expanding the brand, which we're very excited about. So we'll update you when the time is right. As will run that back.
I said we're gonna be everywhere.
Yeah, it's very true. That's very, very true. We'll get updates on the Brooklyn Nets situation too, as this appears to be developing at a rapid pace in rather funny fashion, at least for me. I don't know why I love this Brooklyn Nets thing failing so much. I don't. It's because I like Kevin Durant. I respect Kyrie Irving. I'm not particularly a fan of James Harden, but this whole thing is falling apart so quickly. Now there is talk that Kyrie Irving has been given permission to seek sign and trades, which I absolutely don't understand, because a sign and trade is extremely complicated based on the teams that he wants to go to.
Mm-hmm.
An opt-in and a trade is relatively easy. It's a little bit more complicated for some teams than it is others, but it's relatively easy. I assume the Nets would be itching to send him to the Los Angeles Lakers rather than to the New York Knicks or the Philadelphia 76ers or any other team in the Eastern Conference. And that developed quickly from a story that morphed into, well, Kyrie might just opt out and sign with the Lakers for $6 million. Which just the whole idea of Kyrie dumping about $33 million just to spite the Brooklyn Nets amuses the hell out of me.
And look, do we put it past Kyrie to do something like that?
Absolutely not. This is what I tried to tell you about Russell Westbrook.
I put it past Russ.
Russ, forget this. Like, I don't need
to pay me what you owe me. Okay. That's
Russ
just
is also owed $11 more million than Kyrie Irving is.
Man. And I don't blame Russ or anybody else who says, no, you're going to pay me what you owe.
Absolutely not.
Simple as that.
I'll force their hand. You don't want me here. I don't want to be here. Here's the difference, though. You're contractually obligated to pay me. You could pay me my $47 million and I'll leave.
Simple as that. That's the buyout.
Yeah, 47 million. Not 46, not 45. Give me my $47 million and I'll leave. That's what I do.
I do think there's a world where Kyrie just opts out.
So
and right now, that's his leverage right now, is to get people to believe that, or the Nets, I should say, to believe that he would opt out and they lose him for absolutely nothing. The Nets might not be afraid of that, as Adrian, as Woj talked about earlier.
Yeah.
They said they were ready to accept the reality of moving on from both Kyrie and KD, just so they don't have to deal with the stuff they've been dealing with the last year or so. That's kind of crazy talk.
Well, it is. I'd have a conversation with KD though, because you can handle this if you're. Though here I am talking about Sean Marks handling a situation the right way. You could do what you did. You could do what Sam Presti did with Russell Westbrook. You could go to Russ and say, hey, here's what we're doing. Paul George doesn't want to be here. We have the opportunity to essentially get a king's ransom from the Los Angeles Clippers. What would you like to do? If you want to stay, great. Here's what we're going to look like the next few years. If you don't, we completely understand. We'll work on getting you out of here. What would you like to do? And
out of here.
If you're Kevin Durant, if you're Sean Marks, that's how you can approach Kevin Durant. It didn't work. We tried it with Kyrie. It didn't work. I think everybody admitted after the season ended in the post-game press conference, it didn't work. He was a distraction. He knows he was a distraction. The James Harden thing was a miserable failure. That's my fault, and I should be fired for it. But yet I'm still here trying to work out this deal with you. If you want to be here, we'll try to build this team around you. If you don't, let us know now, and we can try to move forward. You can amicably do this if you're Sean Marks, because you can get a haul for Kevin Durant. In my opinion, you can get a haul for it. I don't think there's a deal that exists out there like the Paul George one, because there were so many unique circumstances involved there. But because obviously the Clippers were desperate, Paul George means you get Kawhi Leonard. but it's Kevin Durant. I still think you get a haul for it.
I'm Kevin Durant. As he once said.
You know who I am. You know who I am.
I agree with everything you said. Everything you said is 100% correct. But the great Herm Edwards once said, you play to win the game. And you see where OKC is at right now. And if you're okay with being there, fine. But just know that's where you're going. And that's why when they talk about this, what do you mean no?
Well, no, I disagree. Oklahoma City took a route for draft picks. I think if you're Brooklyn with Kevin Durant and the amount of years that he has left on his contract, you can take a different route that involves draft picks and players. My biggest thing will always be, and it's what I'll always harp on because I think it's what ruined this team, is you should have never made the deal for James Harden. You had enough on your roster there, which you've essentially gutted here at this point. So you're kind of starting from scratch. You could acquire multiple starters for Kevin Durant in this situation. I don't know from who. I don't know from who. I don't know who you're talking to or what Kevin Durant wants in all of this or how you clear that type of salary cap. I don't know. But I think it can be done in an approach that's not exactly the same as Oklahoma City. It could be done in the vein of the Knicks Nuggets deal from however many years ago for Carmelo.
True. Good point.
Thank you.
I just think that the Nets have to be careful with this whole notion of
absolutely
just forget it. Like we don't need them both because
I don't think you approach it as we don't need them, but I also think you've got to you can, because it feels like Kevin Durant controls everything right now. You have to move on from Kyrie if you're Brooklyn. At least it seems to be that's how they feel. You've got to move on. You've got to allow Kevin Durant to feel like he has some control over this situation. What would you like us to do here? We couldn't make it work with Kyrie. We still want you here, and I absolutely assume Brooklyn still wants him. Meaning Kevin Durant. I assume Brooklyn still wants Kevin Durant there. We still want you here, and we're willing to work and build this roster, but we need to know where your head's at.
Do you think that this is all much to do about nothing? Is this an Aaron Rodgers situation? Or is just to talk from everybody? You think this thing is gonna be done? Because
No, I don't think that. But I don't think I feel like I feel like that was Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers. I feel like there is legitimate conflict or concern here that the two parties need to work out. Because it was clear Kyrie and KD came together. And everybody knew what time it was with Kevin Durant because you were signing him off that Achilles. You knew it was a year. And then obviously, no one could have predicted what happened next. Like no one could have predicted global pandemics and vaccinations and state mandates. Like no one could have predicted that, but they played out the way that they did. And to me, the most telling thing will always be the Brooklyn Nets get eliminated in 4. Kyrie goes to the podium. He plays the role of a martyr and acknowledges, it was probably a distraction. Like this whole thing was a distraction. Okay, so we always question whether Kyrie is aware or not. He's aware in hindsight.
Yeah.
Or at least he's willing to acknowledge he's aware in hindsight. Because there was a way for this all to be avoided. But you wanted to play the martyr. You wanted to put yourself on a different podium.
Voiceless.
Right. That's what he wanted to be. And it cost them. So these are the ramifications for it. This whole thing falling apart. This whole thing fell apart before it ever even got off the ground. The Brooklyn Nets experiment never got off the ground because it was shoulder injuries, ankle injuries, vaccinations, all of that. It's a mess.
I think about this and I'm like, man, are they really not going to see this thing through? That's what it would be. They're just not going to see this thing through. They're going to blow it up and start over from scratch. I find it hard to believe that that's what's going to happen. I believe that they'll figure something out with Kyrie. I don't think they're going to get a perfect deal in what they're looking for. I don't think Kyrie's going to get a perfect deal in what he's looking for. But I think they'll figure something out. I think that it'll probably be a 2-year deal, maybe a 3rd-year option. And
with Brooklyn?
Yeah. Because I have a feeling that Kyrie, while I think he'd walk away from 37 to go to $6 million.
He's going to take that as an L. Not getting the contract he wants, he's going to take as an L. There's no way he's signing that.
So there's no middle ground. He's going to take the
I do not believe there's a middle ground
option, or he's going to take the $6 million.
That's it. I don't believe there's a middle ground for Kyrie. Give me the max, or I'll leave and go play for $6 million. Because he can leave for $6 million and say he did it. I did it my way. I walked away from 30 some odd $1 million. Like, he can say that he did it his way. Whereas if he meets in that middle ground and signs the 2+1 or the 1+2 or however you want to lay this out, that's a win for Brooklyn. And I don't think Kyrie will have that.
That's a great point. You're probably spot on with that one. Probably spot on.
Thank you.
Do you
feel like I'm having a good day in this radio thing?
Hey, the next thing you got to do is just say, Kings really probably should go after Cam Reddish. That's be on point.
I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea of going after Cam Reddish at all. But I also, that would be like if you came out dressed as Kofi Kingston and I came out dressed as Kofi Kingston. Like, that would be infringing on your gimmick. Like, I got to let you be able to rock. I got to be somebody else. Like, we can't do the same thing. So Cam Reddish is that's your heart and soul. So I'm going to let you have that one.
Dave coming out like Kofi Kingston is hilarious. I'm picturing that in my head right now.
Be a little, probably be worse if I came out dressed as Big E, because Big E be wearing some awkward gear. I don't think I could pull that one.
Big E borderlines, bro. Borderlines on. I don't know if I want the kids to be seeing this.
Yeah, how come? And I feel like that's something that they do because they think it's funny too. No, go out there dressed like that. It's pretty funny. Like, no. And it used to be worse. You go back and look at Big E in like NXT. It's like you damn near got a pixelated here at this point.
Oh my gosh.
Damn. he on one of them flyers that you get in Las Vegas.
He will soon, by the way, Big E.
Yeah, man, please. Because these shows suck without you.
Did you know Money in the Bank is this week?
Is it really? Is this weekend? They put Money in the Bank on a holiday weekend?
Yeah, they already got moved from Legion Stadium.
That's right. They did. I didn't realize it was on a holiday weekend. Like, is it literally on the 4th of July?
I think it's on Saturday.
Oh, 4th of July is a
Monday. We won't be here next Monday.
We won't. We definitely won't. Looks like John Wall is headed towards a buyout too. It'll be interesting to see what that number is. Everyone says, I don't know. Is there anything you want to add about John Wall? John Wall, of course, he's tied to the Lakers like everybody is.
Yeah.
The Heat and the Clippers as well. Any thoughts on John Wall?
I think John Wall would be a good look. I think, to be honest with you, the Lakers, if they could come out of this summer with John Wall or Kyrie, I don't think they're like a championship contender, and it doesn't necessarily fit, but it's better than having to run THT out there as your primary ball handler and scorer. And that's not a knock on THT, but that's just not where he's at in his career right now. So if you can get John Wall, who, man, maybe it's just going up against the Kings thing, but he looked all right. He looked all right out there. He's obviously not the John Wall he once was, but he can still play. He can still get out there and be productive. So I could see him going to the Lakers, him going to the Clippers. I wonder how that – I could look at John Wall as almost doing for any of these teams that he may go to what Derrick Rose did for the Knicks and the Timberwolves, and how, he clearly wasn't what he was, but he still had just the natural scoring instincts, the God-gifted speed, and being athletic enough, even in his injury-ridden state, to still be a major factor coming off the bench. So I can see John Wall being that type of player anywhere he goes.
Bigger impact on the Lakers or the Clippers?
The Clippers, because if John Wall goes to the Clippers, they might be able to win a championship. Not because John Wall's special, but that's just another weapon to what they already have going on over there.
And he gets to play the Kings 4 times, and John Wall absolutely obliterated the Kings the last couple of times that he played them.
That's about 35 a night for against the Kings.
I just need the tweet to come through to say it's happened and it's done. I'm just going to hold out that there's a chance Russell Westbrook walks away from $47 million. Like Russ, not bored.
A rumor of that.
Like, oh no, not at all. Everything says he's opting. I mean, of course, it's $47 million. I don't know. I don't even know where he signs though. Like, if he opted out, it's like, screw it, I don't want to be here. I don't even know where he signs. I don't know who goes, let's sign Russell Westbrook here. I don't know who does that. Whoever wants their point guard to average a triple-double next year, though, they'll sign him because that's exactly what he's doing next season.
Bounce back a year for Russ next year. Even though he didn't have a bad year to begin with, but he had some bad moments. Like he had a lot of bad moments.
According to our man Cam at CBS 13, 8.5 minutes worth of bad moments that he put on a highlight reel or low light reel during one of our recent appearances.
That was brutal.
It's terrible, Cam. Just awful behavior. That's the hashtag. I'm with Cole, which is a sentence that has never ever been uttered on this radio before. Hashtag free Russ. Get Russ to Los Angeles. I don't want that man there no more.
That's home. That's home for Russ.
Let him go let him go play for the Clippers then.
Well, that'd be cool too. But Russ is an LA dude, and because he's an LA dude,
then LA needs to treat him better. LA needs to treat him better.
Laker fans are pretty irrational sometimes.
Wait, what, Jesse? Brooklyn Nets star. Okay, so here's a developing story. Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving is opting in to his $37 million player option. Irving is bypassing on multiple opt-in and trade scenarios to fulfill his 4-year commitment to that's not how I read this at all. He ends it saying the multiple opt-in and trade scenarios to fulfill his 4-year contract commitment to the Nets and Kevin Durant. I absolutely still believe there's a deal with the Brooklyn Nets or with the Brooklyn Nets and the Los Angeles Lakers out there on the table. This makes far more sense than a sign and trade. Like, a sign and trade didn't even seem possible. He can opt into his deal with Brooklyn and still wind up with the Lakers. Now, clearly, Shams isn't pulling that last line, out of his butt. Like, that's clearly a line that was fed to him by somebody, but maybe it was fed to him by the Brooklyn Nets in an effort to increase the trade offers from the Los Angeles Lakers. I'll read it again. Irving is bypassing on multiple opt-in and trade scenarios to fulfill his 4-year commitment to the Nets and Kevin Durant. Kyrie Irving, quote, "Normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. I've made my decision to opt in. See you in the fall."
Why is he like this?
I don't know, dude. I do not know why this man is like this.
Normal people keep the world going, but
you're a God-blessing basketball player, dude. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. You're playing for the Brooklyn Nets. What are you talking about? Why are you like this?
Maybe Kyrie is just, dropping a nugget before he lets him know that, I'm opting in. Maybe that's not related at all.
Yo. What is this dude?
Why is he like this?
Yo, Kanye Irving, man, I swear. In any event, let's keep it moving. Let's go something positive here because Kyrie just it's my brain scrambled. Normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. Let's get another Kings positive note here.
I got quite a few for you. I got quite a few. Let's see if we can cash them all out here.
That positive Tuesday.
So, I talked about how I think the roster is better than people give it credit for. How they're a little closer than people say they are. Talk about Keegan Murray's fit with the Sacramento Kings. I got two more for you. I got the right hand and the left hand. Which one you want to go with first?
Let's go with the right hand. One
right hand here.
I thought the one with the fancy watch was the right hand, but
yeah, it's the other one.
All
right, there we go. Keon Ellis.
Okay.
I'm really intrigued by him.
Okay.
Out of Alabama and what he can do. You know, I heard a lot of different people talking about him over the weekend, and now I plan to go back and watch some film on him to see what exactly is going on. But I remember, like I said, I remember him from that Gonzaga game, and he was causing havoc. And I liked what he brings to the table. And I know everybody's looking for that next Draymond, the next Herb Jones, you know, this diamond in the rough or whatever. And I don't want to put that on the second round kid, you know, and say that he's going to come in and do what Herb Jones did. But I like his mentality. I like all the attributes that he has on the defensive end and what he can do with that size and the length on the perimeter. And
I was about to say, if I jump in for a minute, that's something you've been screaming about for ever. Perimeter defense on this team, and it seems like that's something that he may very well excel at.
Absolutely, and I'm thinking about this if he hits, and they find a player in him. This is the guy that you guys are always talking about. I'm never looking at. You think, oh, I'm only worried about offense. Only worried about offense. Well, if Keon is a pretty good ball player, and Keegan Murray is as good as we think he can be, now you have 3 offensive players. You're still going to need another one, but you have 3 in De'Aaron, Sabonis, and Keegan. And Dante and Terence Davis, maybe they can contribute what they can as well. And now you have a guy like Ellis who can come out there and just focus on being a 3-and-D guy. Just focus on being able to make life a living hell for somebody else's perimeter, small forward or shooting guard or something like that. And he can do it off the bench to start. If you have a deal where you have to move for Harrison Barnes, I don't know. Like I said, we're talking about being positive in the best case scenario. Maybe that's somebody that can show you enough in the summer and early into the season or something like that, where maybe he can move into the starting lineup and be your starting 3 guard, small forward in those situations. I don't know. But it's a guy that's intriguing at the very least. And you talk about summer league and some of the things that we're going to see there. He's as much somebody I want to see as Keegan Murray. I want to see if he can live up to some of the hype that's being put out there for him.
Yeah, if you want to read more on Keon Ellis, there's a player profile written up on him over at thekingsherald.com, and I believe our friend Matt George over at the Locked On Kings podcast had I think it was a writer from Alabama, and I haven't had a chance to listen to it. I know he brought it up on Friday. I'm pretty sure he said he was posting it today. That takes a kind of a deep dive into Keon Ellis. So if you want to learn more about him, 2 great sources for you, the Kings Herald and the Locked On Kings podcast there. But the thing that stood out to me when I was reading the player profile a couple of days ago over at the Kings Herald was that perimeter defense, the ability to be a perimeter defender. And I just, you know, Kenny Caraway's words ringing in my, what's it even matter if you can't go to the perimeter? Like, all right, now if you have a perimeter defender here, this is going to be the type of guy that Casey likes, and the type of guy that potentially helps out Keegan Murray and probably just Keegan Murray in terms of protecting the rim. I don't know.
But even protecting the rim, I understand how people look at that. But the impression was spot on and the message is spot on. None of that matters if you can't stop the ball on the perimeter.
Yep.
And between Fox and Davion, Harrison Barnes at the 3, they just haven't done it enough. Davion does it, but I mean, that's a lot to ask for one guy. You're going to need a group of guys. You're going to need
especially a unit guy.
Yeah.
And Davion.
So you're going to need Davion along with Dante DiVincenzo, along with De'Aaron Fox stepping his game, along with somebody that might not even be on the roster yet to help improve this team defensively on the perimeter. And if you can do that, I think you're going to see a lot more improvement from what these guys are able to do interior as well, because they're not being just swarmed with people attacking the basket every time down. They have some opportunities to be a little more crafty with what they do and be a little more selective with what they do on the defensive end. So Keon Ellis, I mean, it's a long shot for sure. I'm not predicting anything with him at all because I just hadn't seen him on this level, but he has a lot of attributes to think that maybe he can help this team out from day one. So I'm by him.
Okay.
You want to let him now?
And he's a two-way guy. So two-way contract. You said you had a couple of positives. So let's hit another one.
The left hand.
We go with the fancy watch hand. I like it.
Shout out to Maestro.
Shout out to Maestro. Maestro. I was trying to get it in for you, but no, got it. I blew it. Sorry, Meister.
We talk about Keegan Murray being a great fit, and he's a great fit for the Kings, and you know what he can do at the 4 and playing with Sabonis and Fox and all this other stuff. He's just a great fit. He's a perfect fit. That's all everybody ever wants to talk about. He's just a great fit and all this other stuff. Keegan Murray's a damn good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people forget that. He's just a good player. He's one of the best players in this draft, hands down. What he was able to do at Iowa this year, 23-9, when he was the focal point of every single defense that he went up against, and they just couldn't stop him. He can play. And I think people get so caught up in him being a good fit. Like, no, this dude can hoop. Like, to hell with the fit. Like, he can go. And that's something that really has me intrigued by the possibility of him being on this team, because I know we joked around earlier and talked about what if, he's Tim Duncan or whatever, and nobody really expecting that or saying that. We're joking for the people who didn't get that. But, what if the guy is 17 points a night as a rookie? 10 rebounds, 8 rebounds, something like 17 and 8. These are the things that I talk about. I want it from Kyle Kuzma or John Collins. He has the skill set. He has the ability to give that to you right out the gate. Will he reach that? I don't know, but he has the ability. He's got the game to be able to give you that. And if you're talking about he'll be in a situation where he's just dealing with one-on-ones now, he's not dealing with a whole army of defenders trying to stop him like he was in college. Now he's just dealing with somebody one-on-one, or he's got, maybe the second best interior defender on him because the first person is guarding Sabonis.
That's it.
Man, maybe he goes off. Maybe he goes off. You mentioned Scotty Barnes. That was a great hypothetical and an example. What if he's that? He's got the skill set.
Yeah, just based on the situations that they're in, not going to teams like, and I'm not knocking these teams. I'm excited to watch all of them, but Oklahoma City, like Houston, it's a bit different. Like even Detroit to a certain degree, Orlando, like it's you're going to see. Like Paolo's going to be a focus. Chet's going to be a focus.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting. Like, I think one of the reasons Detroit is going to be so interesting is because you're going to have to pick your poison. Like Cade's the focus.
Yeah,
Jaden's going to cook. Well, as highly as you may think, or we may think of, or Monte McNair may think of Keegan Murray, he's not going to be the focus. De'Aaron Fox is still going to be the focus. And I thought you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned. he might have to go against the team's second best perimeter defender because or inside interior defender because the number one that's Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
So you immediately put this young man in a position where he could shine. And that was the comparison to Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes, obviously, he got drafted by a much more stable organization than the Sacramento Kings. But he also went to a team that had, they had options there, right? And they had a direction. And if nothing else, if you want to complain about the draft Monty had or be frustrated with only walking away with one player, which was the thing that stunned us a little bit, you've got to recognize that it feels Monty has had a direction since he's gotten here, and he's continuing with that direction, and he's not shying away from it. He has been adamant that he said Keegan Murray was the best player available, and I think he even talked about what jumped out to him when evaluating Keegan.
Yeah, I think a little bit of what Keegan said his freshman year, where maybe a smaller role, but his ability to impact the game without putting the ball in the basket as much, still kind of, stuff in the stat sheet, so to speak. But, and then as we continue to watch, and I think that competitiveness comes out, and then the transition into this year where he's able to continue to do all those things to help his team win and score at the highest level in the country, just give us even more confidence that he'll be able to continue to do that at the next level.
So the key line to that for me is at the very, very beginning when he talks about the impact that Keegan Murray can make on a basketball game without putting the ball in the basket. Because immediately I think that lets you into Monte McNair's thinking a little bit. De'Aaron needs to put the ball in the basket.
Mm-hmm.
Domantas Sabonis needs to put the ball in the basket. We need a guy who can impact the game without having to put the ball in the basket. Yeah. And I thought that was the most telling line of that whole thing from Monte McNair right there, is that he feels that Keegan Murray can be really impactful without having to be ball dominant.
Hey, and if he's able to do that, that's something that the Kings haven't had here in a long time. And if you can add that to guys like Fox and Sabonis, now you're really on to something.
You know what rookie I thought did that? He wound up winning Rookie of the Year, though. It's fair to look at it with the side eye. It's exactly what Malcolm Brogdon did.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm Brogdon impacted the game without being a massive offensive threat.
Right.
And it's ultimately why he won Rookie of the Year, because they didn't want to give it to Joel Embiid, who only played like 36 games that year. But still, he did, and I'm not trying to take away from it. I'm a big Malcolm Brogdon fan. He earned the Rookie of the Year last year, but he did it because of his overall impact on the game.
Right. And you look at somebody like one of the guys that I like in Memphis a lot, like Brandon Clark, and his impact on what Memphis did a number of different times. Mind you, Memphis has, guys on the squad who can go get you 20 and all this other stuff. But the guy like Brandon Clark, where you don't have to run any plays for him, but he finds a way to contribute, whether that's getting offensive rebounds and putbacks, getting defensive rebounds, making the extra effort to keep basketballs alive. And Keegan Murray, he may be low key in how he speaks and all this other stuff, but if his game is loud, that's all that really matters out here. And I think he has the potential to have a loud game because he's skilled. He has a high IQ. He understands his role. And we keep talking about it. He's not going to have everything on his table this rookie season because of Fox and Sabonis being there.
And absolutely not suggesting that Jaden Ivey is not. But high IQ has been a strong theme for Monte McNair through the course of all of this. Mm-hmm. Tyrese, Davion, now Keegan. Again, not suggesting that Jaden Ivey isn't, but that has always been a clear attribute that Monte McNair demands that his draft picks have. We appreciate you so much for being with us as we rifle through the positives and the things to look forward to in this upcoming Kings season. We'll do it again tomorrow. I think there's a player that we didn't talk about today that absolutely belongs in this conversation. And it's that kid entering his second year that we're all really excited to watch. That young man entering his second year that we're all really excited to watch. So we'll do that. Jason Jones will be with us tomorrow. A lot more ahead. Good luck to the Laguna Little League All-Stars.
Yes, indeed. About to get after it. Let's go.
Let's get that W and keep it moving. And we hope that you'll be back here with us tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Go 9U Gray. It's a wrap.
Get out of here, man. I got you. Go ahead. Roll out.
All right, fellas. Everybody, y'all take care. See y'all tomorrow, man.
All right. Just roll through these here real quick. See if there's anything in here. I'll take high IQ over athletic. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And that's obviously something that Monty's big on. You know, there's no denying any of that. Garbage. Oh, okay. I'm not going to put that on the screen because I don't want anybody to misinterpret that. But yeah, I assume you're talking about the part of being impactful in the game, like that absolutely stood out. I noticed it when listening back to it the second time. I was like, oh, that's an interesting remark to make. Overall, man, I like Keegan. I hope Monty's able to do a lot more, or at least something else impactful over the course of the next week, or perhaps the course of the next couple of weeks, to really kind of round out this roster a little bit and put Keegan Murray and equally as importantly, Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and Mike Brown in a solid position to be successful this season. All right, man. Appreciate you guys. It's weird sitting here talking to myself. But we love y'all, man. Thanks for hanging out. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. If you're new to the show and you're not a subscriber, become one. I think you'll like us. Pretty sure you'll like us. You might like us. But we'll catch y'all tomorrow at noon. And I have to hit end broadcast.